understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hid the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me saying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I'm just standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before.
Shenandoah Esports Arena from Winchester, Virginia. Not often we get to say that, but today's a special day, Wednesday, March 19th, 2025, and we get to cover Smash not only 2 days in a row, but 2 times in one day, as our varsity team is gearing up to take on Randolph Macon in Week 7 of NACE Varsity Premier, and after that, they're not done. They're going into NECC with a reschedule against Lebanon Valley. It's going to be a lot of exciting action, some big-time matchups, and you won't want to miss it. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Clayton, and I'm joined by Ben Kincaid because we, like I just said, have so much Smash Bros. To walk you through here today.
Yeah, we have a barn burner for sure. This is a lot of games. I believe the next couple of days we have 14 total games across all of our titles here at Shenandoah. So we are going to be cranking the next couple of days due to, well, spring break reschedules. That just happens.
Yeah, for those of you who were able to tune in yesterday, we had an exciting matchup with our varsity Smash Bros. Team taking on Misericordia, and we can take a look at the schedule here for the week. But we mentioned on stream yesterday that this was an exciting, I don't think I used the word exciting yesterday, but an exciting week here at Shenandoah and yesterday I said we couldn't make a graphic because it was this crazy. Well, here we are. Wednesday is the day we're here, right? 2 Smash Bros. Matches today. We're through 2 days. We weren't able to stream on Monday because we didn't have computers to stream from. Oh, yeah. But Tuesday, we got that Smash Bros. Game in. A very, very exciting, strong showing from the guys behind us. But that brings us to today. 3 games total. We'll have Mossman competing on Tekken. But tomorrow and Friday, Mother of God, this is where we get rolling.
Yeah, I mean, Thursday is, do we even dare read it all off? 2 Super Smash Bros. Rocket League twice. Overwatch 2 tossed in there as well. And then Friday, our Overwatch team has a triple header on Friday, playing 3 games on Friday, 1 with Super Smash Bros. And then Rocket League again on Friday as well. So I believe all of the Overwatch games are going to be on stream. If we're going to get as much on stream as we possibly can. So we'll see how that goes on tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. But hey, regardless, it is going to be a blast because we get to see all of our friends and our favorite team play some of their favorite games.
Yeah, all I can say is drop a follow. I mean, because get as much of that as you can because it's going to be a lot. We won't be able to stream all of it, obviously. But, I mean, like you said, we should be able to get all 3 Overwatch games on Friday because the team can only compete in 1 match at a time. Right. So it's not like they'll be overlapping, but boy, you're gonna have to be ready for that one. Yeah, that'll be a long day in the office. But all right, back to today. We've got 2 Smash games, and the first one is in NACE. So we can take a look at Shenandoah's group here. How we got here: the opponent is Randolph Macon, 1-4 on the right side of your screen. Shenandoah with an awkward record so far. It's been a strange semester in this NACE group. Lots of extenuating circumstances, lots of just strange situations mean that Shenandoah has only played 3 matches here, but looking to change that now against Randolph Macon and secure what SU is hoping to be a pretty strong win.
Yeah, this is definitely a must-win scenario, right? We need to solidify ourselves in that middle of the pack here in this group. All of these games leading up to playoffs, right, which are right around the corner here. But definitely some must-win games coming through from NACE. As now we can jump into some more specifics here with what we have going on with Randolph Macon, right? Last season, both teams doing very, very well. 6-2 for Randolph Macon, 6-1 here for SU, 12-2 the game record, 13-5 on the other side for Randolph Macon. So 2 teams that had a very, very successful last season trying to keep it going this season.
Yeah, no reason to think that Shenandoah can't, right? This team has only played 3 games, and they dropped a smacker of a game against Florida International, but yeah, there's still plenty of room at the top of the standings next to an undefeated Old Dominion, but we can take, a look at this season. Shenandoah 2-1, and Randolph Macon unfortunately unable to maintain the momentum from last season, only going 1-4, struggling to bring it all together at this point in the season. So lot of desperation, I imagine, from Randolph Macon to try to get a playoff push. I don't have the statistics in front of me if a playoff push is even feasible for Randolph Macon at this point in the season, but nonetheless, you show up every day to try to win. We can take a look at the boys we will be seeing here tonight. Slightly different look here as we have Far Rhombus, Kip, Igloo, and Willie, the normal guys, but one name is notably missing. We will not see AJ tonight.
Yeah, no AJ tonight means that Far Rhombus is stepping up into that spot, right? A very accomplished player. We saw them last night getting a 12 stock of their own with the Jigglypuff. I believe it was Kip with the other 12 stock yesterday. So definitely has some momentum behind them going into today's matchup here against Randolph Macon, but very excited to see what that player does, but also a bummer that we miss out on AJ's Falco here today, but hopefully we see them again soon. Yeah,
undeniably a factor that should be mentioned, that the Falco is no longer on the table for SU for tonight. But now that means we've got our 4 in front of us, and like you said, you can't ask for much more energy from Far Rhombus than these circumstances. Coming off a 12 stock last night against Misericordia, in front of an audience, an in-person audience. 12 stocks taken, only losing 2 along the way, finishing the job all by himself. And then we had the first time around, Kip preceding Far Rhombus doing the same exact thing. Insane stuff from these players as they got a much-needed win after a very long break from competition.
Yeah, they are 6-0 in what that was. I believe that was their NECC competition there last night. 6-0, Lebanon Valley also 6-0. Another great matchup that we'll have a little bit later tonight. But yeah, definitely the sails are full of wind for all of these players, right, coming into today, looking to keep that momentum going. I'd expect nothing to really change on the SU side of things with AJ out and Far Rhombus in. I feel like we can still expect that Pac-Man to lead off in a lot of these situations, and then we'll go down the list into Far Rhombus, Igloo, kind of whatever that matchup looks like for preferences with this team.
Yeah, and we can take a quick look. We were able to look into the roster for Randolph Macon just a little bit. It looks like characters we can expect. It's a bit of a long list. We've got K-Rool, Game & Watch, Piranha Plant, Pit, Zelda, Sephiroth, Ridley, and Incineroar. Here's the pattern that I recognize. None of those characters are widely considered to be, like, amazing. Right. I would probably put, like, every single one of those characters on the bottom half of ranked characters. Maybe some really straddling the line, but it's an interesting roster here, right? Every character in Smash has their place. They're good at what they're good at. They're not good at what they're not. But some characters are good at more things than others, and I would not put many of these characters in that list. Game & Watch, I think, is the one that really sticks out. Game & Watch is definitely the highest of all these characters, has a lot going for him, is a very safe character, and thrives in crew battles, but for the most part, at strictly character and meta-wise, I would say that tonight favors Shenandoah in this first matchup.
Yeah, they definitely have some more diversity to kind of play with, but like you said, the characters that are in that kind of selection pool aren't amazing, right? Yeah. You mentioned that Game & Watch, kind of a gimmicky character, but also is very good at buying space, just kind of getting damage racked up to try to find those killing blows. But the sad part about Game & Watch is that they weigh about nothing. Can die easily at around 70%, 70 to 80% on the Game & Watch, so something that they'll have to play around with. I know that player also plays Plant as well, which is definitely there about in the character ranking, so we'll have to see kind of what gets brought out. I am intrigued to see how they kind of form their matchups and see what goes into what, because that, of course, is a big factor when it comes to these crew battles, the puzzle aspect of who you put in where.
Yeah, usually the reason I bring up these characters being, like, not great is usually these not great characters are a little more gimmicky, and they can kind of steal stocks here and there, and that's the type of presence we most commonly see put out first to go, you know, maybe steal a full player off of an unsuspecting opponent. But I feel like a couple characters here kind of meet that criteria.
Right.
Normally, the big one that jumps out to me is King K. Rool. I know that Shenandoah has a history of putting King K. Rool in first to try to do exactly that, to just go even and maybe steal an extra one on top of that, but it's weird. You serve a very specific purpose. But I would also put characters like Ridley and Incineroar and even Piranha Plant in there if we see the Piranha Plant come out in favor of the Game & Watch. So it's hard to say who we'll see first. My money would be on K. Rool because I think that fits this sort of character role in a crew battle setting. Looks like we are receiving word it will be the K. Rool first.
Yeah, K. Rool is definitely kind of what I expected going into this as well. I do believe that this is definitely one of Kip's preferred matchups, a very large target to get caught by these Galaga combos, by the bell, the key, whatever it is. I believe they're doing a quick button check real quick, but very shortly we'll be jumping into that game. But yeah, we'll have to see how Kip fares against the King K. Rool. I know we have our own King K. Rool player here as well, not on any of the teams, but definitely plays a heck ton and knows the ins and outs of that character. So the guys behind us know all the ins and outs of playing against that character. So I do not expect Kip to necessarily struggle with this one, but hey, sometimes you never know.
Yeah, and these heavyweights are, or can be, where Pac-Man thrives. This is something that we see all the time against heavyweights. What are they good at? Getting hit. These are big hitboxes, heavy hitboxes. They struggle to fall out of combos, and we see it pretty regularly. Kip able to, especially at early percents, really string together a bunch of forward airs and carry you all the way across the stage. The big difference is that King K. Rool actually has a great recovery, so he can survive to pretty high percentages and not have to worry about being strung off stage, but still these long ladder combos can rack up percentage early, and that's all you need as Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pac-Man is definitely one of those characters that I guess kind of falls into that gimmicky world of having, 8, 9 selections that they can go through. I don't know actually the number, but there's definitely a lot of selections to kind of go through with Pac-Man. I mentioned the Galaga, the Bell, the Key are usually the main ones that you see Pac-Man go for. Definitely good to start up some combos. The Bell doing a great kill tool. Same with the Key as well at very high percentages. But then also you see things like the Melon and the Apple come through. The cherries as well on ledge guards, or strawberries. All these things come through to just kind of gain space for Pac-Man. The Hydrant as well, one of those great tools that Pac-Man has to buy and create and control the space that the opposing player can actually stand in.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I'm cheating a little bit. I'm looking ahead to our matchup preferences, and Kip has this listed as an even matchup, so maybe not as comfortable as we might have expected. The pro perspective, we have that written down, and the pros seem to think that this matchup favors Pac-Man, but Kip saying otherwise, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. Maybe this won't be as one-sided as we expect, but if you're SU, right, it's no real surprises. And okay, I'll take a minute to acknowledge what's happening behind us in case you can hear the noises. I believe our Academy team is competing at the same time. Either that or they just finished. I'm not sure. I know they were competing before we went live, and I haven't been able to go see how they're doing. But yeah, so if you hear a lot of noises, there's a lot going on in the arena, and a lot of Smash Bros. Specifically, as you can see, this space is pretty crowded. But that's an exciting thing. This is the return back from spring break. We've got a lot going on in here.
Yeah, definitely going to continue throughout this week. I mean, we went over that schedule earlier today of absolute chaos for the remainder of the week. But it is definitely going to be a blast, definitely a lot of energy here within the esports arena here at Shenandoah University. But we will hopefully be able to jump into games soon. I know they did just do that button check to take in a quick pause. I don't know what that
looked like
possibly
the lobby
could be. Yeah, maybe the lobby went down there for just a moment. So we will be seeing if we can jump into that one. So is that really?
We've received word that one of our bumbling idiots behind me I guess knocked a switch and kicked us out of the lobby, but that's okay. We'll get into it soon. So, this is also a unique thing we haven't had to deal with. Our players can hear us again.
That's true.
It's been a hot minute since we've had to cast from out here, but situations are situational. We find ourselves back in the arena, and so that's exciting. We get to feed off their energy, they get to feed off ours, but that's undeniably a factor as well. If things start going bad, they're gonna have to listen to us in their ear going, "Ooh, could have done this better, could have done that better." I'm sure they would love that one back. So something to keep an eye on. I guess the energy behind us. But if you're SU, right, you've got nothing on your mind other than winning this matchup. And that's kind of the game plan all the time with this roster. Putting in Kip first, taking a pretty commanding first matchup win, and then carrying that, snowballing it into a lot more.
Yeah, that's something that this team does really well. I feel like there's not a weak part of this lineup whatsoever, right? 1 through 4 are all demons, right, on their specific characters. Sure, the playstyles may be a little bit different because they're different characters. I mean, that's only natural, but all of these players are very, very accomplished, very good at what they do. So it's kind of expected when we go into some of these matchups like SU Smash. They usually win, right? That is what we have grown accustomed to with this roster. The captain with Igloo as well doing a great job at corralling the talent here at SU, doing a great job with the academy team as well, which is playing right now. I believe it was Kazuya that was just getting played back there with the dub. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think, that's our Kazuya player there on academy. So, yeah, it's going to be very exciting to jump into this matchup, and definitely I'm looking forward to seeing Faramis on the Jigglypuff because I haven't been able to see him play a whole lot because AJ has been that leading man in that kind of fourth slot for this team, so I'm very excited to see the Jigglypuff possibly hit a few rests here. If he can hear me, hit some rest.
That's something too. We haven't really seen this team in a situation where we know that Faramis is going to have to play, you know?
Right.
Like, it's always either 5 players with an option of subbing one in for another, or 4, and usually Faramis is not there. Like, it's the 4 that we've been seeing over multiple semesters. So we'll see how Faramis is able to play with the added pressure and expectation of knowing that he will need to make a showing here unless the rest of the team is able to just sweep, in which case we have another problem on our hands. But here we go. We're loaded into game number 1, the matchup we expected, the matchup we knew we would see. Kip taking on Randolph Macon's first player, and it's a King K. Rool.
Doing a good job thus far with buying that space. That's the Galaga combo that I talked about there earlier. Racking up already 109% on this King K. Rool to the 54% on up smash. Okay, I did not think that was going to seal the deal, but hey, I guess it does. First stock off the board in favor of SU.
Yeah, why not? Kip's up smash is a little underwhelming for a couple reasons. The hitbox can just be a little janky, but I guess when you're up against a heavyweight like King K. Rool with a hitbox like that, you can make it work. And so Kip off to a very, very strong start, and what did we say before we got into game? That's exactly what this team needed and what they have come to expect in matchups like these. So Kip taking full control so far. We return back to center stage. Oh my lord! Another pretty early percentage kill for Kip, as now this King K. Rool, in the blink of an eye, is down to his last stock.
Yeah, 1 stock remaining here. Only 80% built up onto Kip's first stock. I mean, has the... Oh, okay, yeah, I don't really know what to expect coming from this K. Rool here, but thus far, Kip is doing a great job at maintaining space, getting out of these combos and dodging a lot of these killing blows that this K. Rool is going for. Galaga again in hand, just tossing that one out, but still putting on the pressure, not letting K. Rool catch any chance to breathe.
Yeah, this is where you need to think toward the future as well. Can this King K. Rool get a stock before probably going down here pretty soon? You got to think in favor of your teammates. You got to be able to get some credit, but Pac-Man now up to 149 and still living is a problem for this Randolph Macon player as they look to try and ground him. Can't quite get it there, but King K. Rool doing a good job of keeping a hold of the bells. That's not enough just yet. King K. Rool is a very heavy character, even though we've seen him die in very early percentages, but the bell catches the neutral getup, and 157% is now wiped off the board, and Kip gets to go rolling into player number 2.
Yeah, clean 3 stock coming through from Kip on this Pac-Man. An even matchup in his mind, but that did not seem very even at all, right? I mean, Kip in full control of that set there and getting SU off to a very early 3-stock lead. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. We talked about this, a very snowbally team. Once that momentum is there, it's really hard to stop them.
Yeah, and I'm getting shades of deja vu as well. I feel like we were here approximately 24 hours ago saying very similar things. Kip able to go in and very handedly take the first player out without much trouble, wipe all that percentage off, and go into player number 2 with a clean slate. We've seen this before, and it did not end well for the non-Shenandoah team. So can SU repeat this trend? I mean, it's scary getting comfortable in positions like this, but if you're that good to take control this often this early, I can't sit here and complain about it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm curious to see what Randolph Macon sends in next, right? I mean, we saw the K rule. It's what we expected to see, right? Is it going to be this Game & Watch or Plant? I'd expect it would be Game & Watch more so than the Plant just because of that character rankings that we talked about. But Pitt, Zelda, Sephiroth, and Ridley are also options that Randolph Macon can look for. I wouldn't expect the Ridley to come in 2 heavies back-to-back into the Pac-Man. Might not be what you are looking for, especially after seeing what Kip was able to do against another heavy in that K rule. So I don't expect that one to come through. Maybe it will be something like that Game & Watch or the Pit to come in to try to put together some strings of their own and close that gap against this Pac-Man.
Yeah, I'm thinking I have my eyes on Zelda right now. I think Zelda can sort of match the range game, kind of, with her Phantoms and her side B fire explosions, but namely, I think the Phantoms can deal with the fire hydrant. They kind of eliminate that barrier that Kip can build for himself to buy time and occupy space. Zelda is one of the best characters at occupying space because when she has her Phantom out, depending on how much she charges it, it swings differently, it goes farther. So, and you have to respect all of them. It controls a ton of space without doing much. So I have my eyes on this Zelda. I wouldn't be surprised if Zelda, because Zelda can also kind of match the brawling game if Kip is then forced into the more close quarters combat, but not sure if that's what we're getting. And we are getting word that it will not be Zelda. We have a surprise on our hands. The answer is Dr. Mario.
Dr. Mario.
Wow.
Dr. Mario, not regular Mario.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, you would think that these characters are very similar in what they do, but apparently there is a pretty big difference between Mario and Dr. Mario. I believe the recovery is a little bit better on Dr. Mario, if I'm not, or normal Mario, excuse me. And I think, what is it? Is it the spray that Dr. Mario does not have? I can't remember the full kit of the character right now.
So Dr. Mario does not have Flood, the water hose thing. But also, so Dr. Mario is effectively a heavy version of Mario. He hits harder. He can't recover as well. He is literally heavier. But there are pluses and minuses. The pills are something to keep in mind. His projectile, those pills that you see, are different than normal Mario fireballs. In that how they stun you, you'll see some combos come together with that. But what we're seeing so far is that this Dr. Mario has pulled his cape out now 3 times. So clearly 4 times. He's trying to reflect some of these projectiles and turn Kip around and sort of catch him off balance. But Kip, completely unfazed, evidently on the left side of your screen, enjoys this matchup, and I think we can see just why.
Yeah, trying to put together another Galaga string there. But yeah, the cape is definitely the name of the game here for Dr. Mario. Trying to deflect, I guess, the fire hydrant there with that one. But we'll have to see if we can have a deflect connect from Dr. Mario here. But thus far, I mean, Kip hasn't really been throwing a lot of projectiles. They're just taking them at arm's length and punching instead of throwing much of anything at this Dr. Mario thus far.
Yeah, now that's the move you got to be careful for. I forget if that's his down B. I think it must. But the tornado cyclone move that Dr. Mario has kills very early. It just hits very hard, especially if he can catch you off stage with it. The problem is Pac-Man's recovery is great. You're not going to find Pac-Man in a predictable recovery pattern very often. So now I don't think Dr. Mario has a jump. And now, Kip goes all the way off stage and finds the down air, punishes that one, and now Tundra Tortuga, if I said that right, now is in trouble once again. Oh, is able to get the up B and get back on stage and almost take a stock off Kip, but not quite yet.
And Kip trying to take him all the way to the blast zone with that off-stage combination, but unable to find the full combo connection there, but still able to play this distance. 113% build up onto this Pac-Man thus far. And that's the recovery, not being as good as Mario's. Another clean 3-0 here. The player cams. Kip feeling pretty good about that one.
Hey man, if you're gonna do that, you gotta commit to it. You can't get caught laughing at Kip. No, looking pretty good. All things considered, Dr. Mario is a interesting character. He's what did I say earlier? Every character has their place. They're good at what they're good at. Dr. Mario is not good at much, but he is also a little gimmicky in similar to a King K. Rool. They can kind of catch you off guard with little interactions, and he's also not a common character. So similar to Pac-Man, right? You sort of have this mental factor of not knowing your matchup as well as you would like most of the sorties in the game. So yeah, Dr. Mario not the answer, not able to find really much momentum at all. But I believe I just heard Captain Igloo say that the next player coming in is Sora.
So we don't have any of these characters written down.
Apparently not.
This is just curveball after curveball from the Randolph Macon squad. But yeah, we just got word, the producer saying, yeah, Sora is the one to come in. This is this... Yeah, this is not Hero. Sora is the Kingdom Hearts character.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Very floaty.
So extremely floaty. That's exactly where I was going to go with this. Sora does have the aerial game to match a Pac-Man. Their jump is crazy. Their aerial attacks are crazy, but none of them hit very hard. Like in my experience, you kind of see Sora struggle to finish people off. And especially where I feel like you see Sora thrive is against characters that don't have great recoveries. Right. And we know better. we know that Pac-Man does not fit or check that box. So we'll see if Sora is able to get it done. But it makes more sense than a King K. Rool or a Dr. Mario. But I still would be surprised to see Kip go down against this. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be interesting toss-up with this one, right? I'm not sure how this matchup looks, frankly, at all. Sora is one of those DLC characters that's I guess it's not new.
He was the last one to come out.
Yeah, or Steve.
No, I think Steve was out first. Ooh, I'm pretty sure Sora was the last one to come
out.
Because it was a huge deal, because Sora was the one that received the most votes when Sakurai or whoever it was put out a vote of who would you like to see. All the way back before any DLC characters came out, Sora slammed the category. But so yeah, I'm pretty sure that he was the last DLC character to come out. And I'll be the first to admit I haven't watched much Sora gameplay either. I don't feel great about this matchup either, but I just know that Sora as a character isn't the best. He's not bad. He's very good because of how floaty he is and just loose and slippery, but he's great all around, and we'll see if that's enough to deal with this Pac-Man.
Yeah, it's definitely another kind of gimmicky character as well. I believe it has lightning, ice, and fire are the three things that I mainly see from the Sora a lot of the time, so we'll see what happens in this matchup here. So Kip already off to a pretty good start. Thundaga, Firaga or something, and then something else. I don't know what they're all called.
Yeah, they all have names. Yeah, I don't know what they are either, but it's, electric, ice, and fire. He's very elemental, but not going to matter just yet. Wow, another quick stock in Kip's pocket. I mean, looking very comfortable, does get hit with his own fire hydrant there. That's the kill confirm that I feel like I've seen the most. The thunder coming down off the ledge and catching people with limited options at the ledge. But Pac-Man's not one of those characters. We do see this stage has a very high blast zone up top, so it's going to take a lot to kill someone off the top. Not there just yet, but now Down smash does come out as Sora just using these key strikes in the air. He does have that counter. That'll be something to keep an eye on, but it does not confirm that time. As now the up smash scoops up from the side and kills off the top. Like I said, it was going to take a high percentage to get that done, but clearly that was high enough.
You know, only 34% built up on this first stock here for Kip's Pac-Man. 66 and dead.
Oh,
Never
my
mind.
Lord.
A side smash killing from 66 mid-stage. You can see the reaction from Kip. Holy moly, I didn't think that was going to kill the poor guy.
Yeah, not ready for that one, and clearly neither was Sora. So once again, we find ourselves Kip with 3 stocks unfazed, untouched, unblemished, and heading into the last player from Randolph Macon.
So is this a potentially, this is 24-2 in the last 2 series?
Yeah, over
for Kip?
Yeah, Kip, as of right now, over his last 2 crew battle performances, has a running record of 21-2 going into this match right now. So that's pretty cool. We do have a replay. We can take a look at how Kip was able to take full control of this one. Low percentage kills was the name of this game, and that's something I did not see coming. But, I mean, 140%, this is the one exception, and is able to scoop off the shield. That up smash out of shield is not one of Kip's best options, but it's enough to get it done that time around. And now, I mean, look at this. 66% from center stage. Are you serious? That's ridiculous. That had to have been survivable, if you ask me. I definitely think you could have DI'd out of that, but ultimately didn't happen. Sora goes down, and now, yeah, Kip with an opportunity to go 24 stocks straight without being knocked out.
Yeah.
That is a statistic. That's an ESPN statistic.
Yeah, put that on top 10 ESPN.
Throw that on the
Center
ticker.
or whatever. Yeah, that is awesome. So let's go down our list that we have not seen in the series thus far, right? We've been surprised with the Sora, a Dr. Mario. We knew the K rule existed, and that worked. That was the first character that we saw here. So now we're sitting on a Ridley, Sephiroth, Zelda, Pit, Game & Watch, and or a Plant. So will these make an appearance? Who knows? I guess we will have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I think for the sake of Randolph Macon, I would like to see the Game & Watch, just because I think Game & Watch has the most potential, just as a character. But we are receiving word that it will be the Zelda that I was hoping to see earlier. So we'll see if this matchup plays out how I expect it to. It's hard to ask any individual player to go 12 stocks and claw all the way back by themselves, but that's the task at hand for Randolph Macon. If they are to stay alive here in set number 1, we shall see if this Zelda player is able to get it done, or will Kip go 24 stocks uninterrupted, unable to be kicked out.
yeah,
as SU looking very, very strong right now.
We'll have to see what happens here indeed, as we already see Kip getting some early chains put together, just some nice side air carries here, but a neutral. So I thought that was about to kill. My goodness, yeah, bell in hand. That one will. See you later. 2 stocks remaining now for Randolph Macon. Kip on fire. Only 4% on their first stock here against the Zelda.
Yeah, Zelda's up B does have a lot of landing lag when you use it on to the stage, right? If you're not using it to grab the ledge, you get stuck for a very long time, and it gives Kip all the time in the world to run from one end of the stage all the way to the middle and find the bell. Does get a forward smash there right on the ledge, and we've seen that kill already this series, but not enough this time around. Kalos does have a pretty big blast zone, so 93% now on this Zelda, as they've only been able to get 10% on this pesky little Pac-Man. Nobody can figure it out, and another stun shielding the Phantom. This Zelda doesn't seem to have the answer any more than anybody else did.
Yeah, let's see if Kip can complete yet another 12 stock here, but this time without missing or losing a single stock of their own. Zelda now getting some damage dealt here onto this Pac-Man. 73% built up, but a great shield right into the Galaga combo yet again from Kip into that grab, and now Zelda a dangerous 72% now in kill range for Kip. If they land a bell here, has it in hand, fishing for it, Zelda playing the distance well. Won't be able to hit the bell as Kip, but will transition that right into a grab instead.
Oh, yep, and the up B gets caught on stage. What did I say? That's a lot of ending lag. Now, here's the thing. That up B does have some crazy knockback. If the Zelda is able to connect probably one more up B, oh, it might be enough to finish Kip off. At least, I don't know, at least launch him. But Dreidel unable to finish this stock off just yet, and that was the stain on the 12 stock from yesterday, is that Kip did lose 2 stocks in the last matchup. 2 stocks that he was beating himself up for, that he really shouldn't have lost, but was able to come out with a victory in the end, and now on the verge of doing it again, but this time, can he do it without losing a stock? 12 stocks straight, now up to 116%. Zelda on the verge of death, but Kip struggling to find his way back in. Now Zelda is putting up a heck of a fight. Not able to find that 2-frame. The forward smash gets shielded. Lots of shields going back and forth, but the apple hits the hydrant. 157%. Zelda caught the apple. The forward tilt from the ledge is able to finish it off. Kip takes 12 stocks straight, doesn't lose a single one on the journey, and SU pulls up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
Kip looking good right now here for SU. Smash a clean 12-0 in favor of that player, that man. Looking pretty darn good thus far on the Pac-Man, but now, Randolph Macon, how do you adapt? What do you do to try to get this Pac-Man out of the way?
Yeah, it's one thing to get 12 stocked. It's another thing to not take a single stock along the way. Not only did you not see any other players from SU, but you couldn't even get enough information to find out how to knock him out. There's not much of a blueprint for Randolph Macon. It's probably going to take a pretty jarring change to try to deal with this Pac-Man if Pac-Man stays in the game. I am, again, doing a little bit of cheating. You all can see what we can see. There's some movement behind us. And this is no surprise. When SU finds themselves in this situation, they tend to not keep the 12-stocker in the game. So SU appears to be sticking to that trend, and it looks like we'll see Farumbas try to continue this now, 36-stock run that SU is on.
That would be insane. I don't know. That would just be unbelievable if you get 36 stocks out of your two players out of this 5-player roster. And it only gets harder as you go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, then you have to go into Igloo on the Yoshi. You have Willie on the Kazuya as well. I mean, it is definitely hard to get through the entire team, let alone the first player for SU.
Right, yeah. You see statistics like that. We 12-stocked 3 times in a row. You think, wow, yeah, this team must be pretty front-loaded.
No.
Womp womp. Nope, not quite. SU, yeah, is very, very balanced, if not backloaded. With Willie sitting in reserves, Igloo sitting in reserves. Igloo very versatile too. You've got the Yoshi and the Samus. As soon as you think you've got this team figured out, they come out and 12-stock you with their first player. It's jarring, and it's becoming overwhelming for multiple opponents.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to figure out what to do, but now you've only seen the Pac-Man, and now you have to worry about, okay, yeah, Kip's not really sitting in the driver's seat right now. Someone else is coming in, so anything that we could have possibly learned from that full 12 stock is out the window, right? You don't know what to expect now from new players stepping in to the starting position here. We do believe it is going to be Farumbas on the Jigglypuff, so a floaty character similar to that Kirby, but definitely has some gimmicks of their own that they can work with to secure the kills, mainly the one that we see, the fun combo, the rest, right? When that gets hit, it is definitely super, super fun to see as we look to be jumping into game number 1 here. Does look like it is going to be leading off with that K. Rool yet again. Another heavy character for Farumbas to possibly work with.
Yeah, now the biggest question in my mind right now, yesterday when we saw Varsity go in and with an opportunity to find a 12 stock, I'll come back to that thought in a second. He does find the Sing on the platform, and it leads directly into a rest. I did not see what percentage King K. Rool was at. It looked like he was at 98 when he died, and now Varsity wants more. Untouched so far through a stock and a half, and King K. Rool didn't get his up B off.
My guy is untouched right now. Oh no, why did I say anything? Why did I have to speak? I should have just kept quiet. I think they just said my name back there.
I heard the whole team go, oh, right as he got hit, but he's got another stock in hand, only getting hit by one up tilt along the way, and Varsity is in the driver's seat right now. Look at these guys. They are fired up.
I love our Smash team, man. They are so fun. I mean, they have the emotes ready to go as soon as that roaming camp comes on. But yeah, Varsity got hit once, a singular time by an up tilt, and that was it. He went, oh, you're going to hit me? No, no, no. Carry you off the stage, find that kill, and a very, very clean 3 stock.
Yeah, so I started to say on that first stock, the biggest question in my mind was yesterday when we saw Varsity come in with an opportunity to 12 stock, he played pretty safe. He didn't go for combos like these. Big committal options going for the up B into the rest, that if you mess that up, you can easily lose your stock for it. Even though he's at 0%, that's a very dangerous spot for Jigglypuff to be in. But clearly not enough to bother Varsity just yet, as he's not afraid to go for the rest combos, not afraid to string King K. Rool all the way into the blast zone, holding his hand all the way to the finish line, and Varsity walks away with an almost perfect start to this set number 2.
Yeah, that was just absolute domination, and that's just kind of what Jigglypuff likes to do, right? You have this aerial game, especially into a heavy, large target like King K. Rool. Definitely easy for what looks like a really small hitbox on the back airs from the Jigglypuff. It's not. It's pretty deceptive of how big that hitbox truly is when you go up against that character, and being a heavy, being large like K. Rool is, definitely works into Jigglypuff's favor.
Yeah, now, I was literally just about to say, God forbid, Randolph Macon send out a Dr. Mario right now into that. And it looks like we're getting word from our production that it will be the Sora, and I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
And I would get emotional for that Dr. Mario player if he had to put up with this Jigglypuff matchup. So Sora will now attempt to match the floatiness of a Jigglypuff. Doesn't have the same amount of jumps as a Jigglypuff, but might as well with how high Sora can jump and just how slow he falls. Very, very strong aerial game, and that combo that we saw twice against a King K. Rool would not work the same against a Sora. So I think a correct decision out of Randolph Macon. It's a matter of now, can you go out and execute and find a win where you have at least a less bad matchup?
Yeah, less bad for sure, but
right.
I don't believe favorable
right.
by any means, especially with, again, the momentum of this team is fully online, right? I mean, Varsity is an unbelievable 3 stock to start the second series of this best of 3. So we'll see if they can keep that one going, and we'll see if the Sora can get a little bit of action going as well. Definitely thrives in the aerial game, like you say, so maybe we'll be able to kind of counteract the aerial game that Jigglypuff likes to play for, right? Not afraid to be in the air with that character, but it really just comes down to execution, right? Can you get the space, get the combos off, and then find the kill on top of it? That has been the question all night, and Randolph Macon have struggled to find their first.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think the bar needs to be set somewhere attainable, and right now the bar is, can we get a stock? Can we find some way, some measure of success? Because so far, there has been little to nothing to talk about other than racking up a good amount of percentage before losing all 3 of your stocks. That will never cut it. So can Randolph Macon just find one, get over that hurdle, maybe get a bit of a mental reset with one taken stock? We will see. Morningstar looking to find the one, get on the board for Randolph Macon, but Varsity looking to do the exact opposite.
And the grab there. We can see the aerial game coming online here for the Sora there just for the time being. Still around similar percentages, 59.
Oh,
well,
no.
as
Oh,
I
no.
say that, I am so sorry that I said anything there, Morningstar. That was not the intent. But hey, Varsity firing yet again, carrying that combo all the way off the stage, trying to find the combo into the stage as well, but unable to do so. Sora able to survive that one.
Yeah, and what did I just say before the game? That these types of combos wouldn't work as well into a Sora? The one way they do work is if you get caught jumping halfway through, and Morningstar did just that. So another great showing out of Varsity, but the percentage is getting up there. Varsity is running out of room for mistakes, and sure enough, Morningstar does get on the board for Randolph Macon. What could be the window into a reset for Randolph Macon? Can they string this into more, or will Varsity continue this overwhelming push from SU?
The dash attack getting the Sora off of the stage now, going on a chase, the counter coming through, but Varsity knows better not to attack with that one. Has seen that come out a few times from this Sora, knows the pattern from this player. Another dash attack to come through, another stock in the back pocket of Varsity. One left now for Morningstar. Let's see if Varsity can put this one away with 2 stocks remaining.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one killed, but Jigglypuff dash attack does have some nice knockback to it, so I can't be too surprised. And we've seen this Sora die at shockingly low percents already here today. So Morningstar now with 2 stocks ahead of them and only 1 to work with. In a dangerous spot here, does get caught up being, he can't make it back to the ledge, and Varsity continues the dance into player number 3 for Randolph Macon.
Yeah, I mean, Varsity 6 stocks down, 1 stock lost here. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. We know that Dr. Mario is still an option here, but definitely not at all what you would want to see into this Jigglypuff. The Zelda still sitting back waiting in the reserve as well, so we'll see what the play looks like. We do know that these other players exist. We're not sure if they are in the lineup here tonight, so we will have to see as we go into a couple of these replays. I mean, Varsity doing a great job at continuing these strings and not dropping them whatsoever.
Yeah, and proving me wrong, too. I did not think that that type of playstyle would work against a Sora, but I mean, like I said, it caught the jump mid-combo and left Morningstar with no way to recover, and on top of that, was able to take him all the way to the blast zone anyway. So, Morningstar unable to get it done, but does at least find 1 stock finally in favor of Randolph Macon, and that's, if nothing else, something to build off of.
Yeah, that is number 1, numero uno of 24 now that you have to find if you want to come back with a reverse sweep on this one. But, I mean, at this point, it feels near impossible to come back in this game, as we do get a little bit of a preview on what the matchup is going to look like. A Game & Watch now gracing the stage here for Randolph Macon.
Okay. I mean, I think this is, strictly speaking off character, I think this is the best shot that Randolph Macon is going to have of going on a run. Like I said, Game & Watch, just a very oppressive and safe character, which sounds contradictory, and it is. That's what makes Game & Watch such a great character right now, and we'll see, right? Can he match the aerial game using that neutral air that Game & Watch has that's arguably one of the best moves in Smash? I don't know. Is it enough to claw back 11 stocks? We shall see, but Tundra Tortuga, who I believe was the Dr. Mario player, is now making the switch to Mr. Game & Watch.
Playing patient.
Now, this is interesting.
I guess, yeah. I was wondering what was happening there for just a moment, as we see Tundra Tortuga able to get the first chip damage onto Varsity here, but now putting together a string of their own, their recovery, able to get out of that string there for Mr. Game & Watch, but now find themselves at a very slight deficit. I mean, it's super early on. You can't really do anything with this percentage, but with these 2 characters specifically, the percentage does kind of matter on these low ones because they're both very, very light.
Yeah, every hit is going to matter now, especially for Randolph Macon. With such little room for error, every single mistake is going to feel so much more impactful. But Rhombus looking to capitalize on that. Has not been able to too much just yet. And again, I think we're seeing why this character pick is so much different than anything we've seen so far. Being able to sit back and camp out one of the best campers in the game. As, wow, Jigglypuff does make it back from that with an air dodge right at the end. But going out, finishing the job. Game & Watch showing why this character is so good with some of these aerial attacks, the neutral air, the back air there, finding the kill, and now racking up percentage once again.
Yeah, Rhombus getting caught by that back air, the turtle to come through. Now the neutral air, the juggle that Game & Watch does so well. Trying to confirm this final stock on Rhombus. So now 98% of dangerous spot here for the Game & Watch to find themselves trying to preserve this third stock. Let's see if they can do that, as now we see the up airs to come through, trying to carry them up towards the blast zone, but unable to continue that string.
Yeah, best case scenario here for this Game & Watch is taking this stock without losing his own, right? We talked so much about how the value of being able to go on these 12 stock runs is that your percentage resets after each game. Well, now Tundra Tortuga is in a similar situation where if you're going to go on a run, this is how you're going to have to do it. So Rhombus is going to have to try to snuff out this momentum. Probably won't be able to take 3 stocks without losing that last one of his own, but Rhombus, I'm sure, is just locking his eyes on this one stock ahead of him, trying to defend the ledge. He does catch the neutral get up with his Nair, finds that first stock, so all that work he's put in so far this game will not be lost. And Tundra Tortuga now just looking to finish the job before probably, most likely, moving on to Shenandoah's next play.
Yeah, 112 now built up on the percentage here for Rhombus. Let's see if they can secure a second stock here, possibly with a rest. I'm going to keep saying it because it's so fun to see, but we'll have to see if that is what comes out from Rhombus. I know the juggles offstage as well are very, very strong. Great shields coming through. Game & Watch trying to find that smash attack, but unable to find the angle to connect on that one as the bomb will.
Oh, wow.
There goes the Jigglypuff. Finally moving on to the second player of SU is Randolph Macon.
Yeah, I think he was looking for, I think he heard you. Because he was absolutely fishing for some falling up airs, sitting under that platform, trying to set up a rest on the platform. But Game & Watch doing a good job of not falling for it, not getting impatient, and waiting for his moment. And sure enough, yeah, those forward airs hit pretty hard, especially against a character like Jigglypuff. So finally, Randolph Macon able to knock out a player from SU's roster and force SU to make a decision that they have yet to make today. Who do you send in next?
I mean, do you put Kip back in there just to clean it up? I mean, keep the hands warm for the Lebanon Valley matchup here coming up in NACE. I don't know. Maybe you do, or you get some other hands warm, as I think it looks like Igloo is sitting back down in that chair to possibly come in and finish this one up.
Yeah, I as much as I want to sit here in front of you all and say, yeah, we got a banger on our hands. now it's close. I think you know that you've got Kip in reserves, and we just saw what Kip can do against all of these players. Granted, this player was a Dr. Mario last time we saw them, and that made Kip's job significantly easier. But point still stands. SU knows that they can take care of business if things go down to the wire, and so knowing that this team has a doubleheader tonight, yeah, I think you absolutely do put a different player in, get everybody some competitive time, shake the rust off, get the nerves out. So because the matchup later tonight is a big one. These are two undefeated teams that are clashing in NECC at 6-0. So I'm sure that Shenandoah has that in mind when making this decision. And sure enough, we see Igloo, the response for SU, looking to finish the job here and take a ton of momentum into that Lebanon Valley matchup.
The aerial juggle coming through already. The bucket as well, the deflect that the Game & Watch does have coming through as well see if they can avoid the aerial juggle yet again. Looks like they can for the time being. But yeah, this matchup feeling good for Igloo here, but definitely not one of their favorites coming into this one. We can see this one already looking fairly even. As I say that, though, yeah, never mind. Game & Watch, 1 stock remaining now, trying to stay alive and make a run for Randolph Macon.
Yeah, and that Game & Watch under 100% when he got hit by that up smash, that surprised me, but goes down anyway. So Igloo in a great spot here to try to get rid of this Game & Watch, this character that, again, seems to pose the most threat, strictly meta speaking, against SU. So big hurdle out of the way if Igloo is able to take care of business here. But 7 stocks still in play for Randolph Macon, as now Igloo does get caught above the Game & Watch. Certainly the last place you would like to be against a Game & Watch, as that up air can be so oppressive. The back air connects, gets a kill spark, but not enough to kill Igloo, as he does have good DI to get out of situations like that. Does catch the down smash, and Igloo goes for it all off stage. I turned around right as he hit it, and he had the nastiest smirk on his face. Igloo taking care of business, absolutely, and showing, oh man, that's a bad man.
That's a bad man indeed. Avery able to clean that one up with the spike. I didn't think he was going to go for it, but as soon as I saw him sprinting towards that ledge and just fast fall, I was like, oh, it's happening. This is the one, and boy, did it happen. 6 stocks now remaining for this Randolph Macon squad. Let's see what happens here. Not sure. Well, no, they only have 3 left. I think that was their 3rd player, question mark, because the Sora came through as well already, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So 3 stocks remaining now for Randolph
funny.
Macon.
I thought that during the game, but I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like that's not.
Yeah, this should be the last player for Randolph Macon coming in. But yeah, we'll see. So not sure who that might be. I assume that it will be the Zelda again, but what a gorgeous play out of Igloo. And I think a smart option, because if that doesn't connect or you get hit first, Game & Watch up Bs, you get hit by it and launched back toward the stage anyway. So Igloo did not have much to lose there, and sure enough, finds the best result. A sweet spot forward air sends Game & Watch straight into the blast zone. So awesome stuff. Igloo showing exactly why he comes in situations like these. Again, interesting situation here like this where SU has so much leeway in what they can do. But, man, when you need Igloo to go in and take care of a job, he gets it done.
Yeah, he can definitely do that. Now, last player for Randolph Macon, we definitely expect the Zelda to be the one to come in here. Did look good against Kip, unable to find those final blows with that Phantom. I mean, that was also just to Kip being able to dance around, buy space, find the space that is safe, and farm up Bells, Galaga's keys, whatever it may be that they are going to try to go for that finishing maneuver with. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens in that matchup. But now we're down to 3 stocks remaining. The Zelda is going to have to go on an absolute tear if they want to stay in this one.
Yeah, Dreidel is the response for Randolph Macon, and I agree. I think this player looked the best in set number 1, had the most flashes of glory, flashes of potential at least against Kip, but this is a different beast. Igloo and Kip play very differently. They play very different characters, and what we saw find a little bit of success against Kip, I don't think would work against Igloo here. But another factor of that Kip matchup was that Kip definitely had the perfect 12 stock on his mind. So now Igloo, man, coming out swinging and does catch the up B. Can he punish just a grab into an up air? So not as much as I'm sure he would have liked, but ultimately that's the decision. So Igloo looking to finish this one off. Zelda now tasked with going on one heck of a run.
Yeah, 57 and counting, 71% now built up onto this. Zelda the Nair connecting with that one as well. Going through the Phantom with the spike going off the stage here, but the up air instead, as Zelda recovers through, will come out from Igloo, able to find that first stock with 53% remaining here. Nice edge guard coming through now from Zelda, but the roll up will be able to get Igloo back to safety.
Yeah, that was closer than it might have looked because Igloo did use his jump right before getting hit by that side B. So could have been bad, that air dodge just barely making it back to stage, and now Zelda has nothing to show for it. So another good combo out of Igloo, finding these up smashes, finding the forward airs in neutral, which is something that I know Igloo doesn't do very often but has wanted to do more, and it's absolutely paying off right now as he's able to find the forward smash off the ledge there and get another stock in his hand.
Another juggle coming through from Igloo, the egg getting tossed out there, but Zelda able to get out of the way of that one, jumping now back up to stage. The Nair connecting, trying to keep that one going off the stage was Igloo, but unable to find that connection. But now with one stock remaining, Zelda, you have to find something and you have to find it fast. 128 built up on this first stock here for Igloo, but instead the spike will come through. SU with a clean 2-0 against Randolph Macon.
Absolutely. Why not? I mean, again, that's a bad man on your screen. Taking care of business and finding the forward air off the ledge regrab. You're not safe in that position. And Igloo finding the patterns, right? This is telltale signs of a very strong Smash player is pattern recognition. That Zelda was going for a lot of up Bs, whether it be on stage or toward the ledge, and Igloo was ready for it. He caught the Zelda, put the Zelda in a perfect position where he knew that you had to go for the ledge a second time, and you're not safe when you grab the ledge twice in a row. So forward air connects, and that sweet spot can be it's unsurvivable at some point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely devastating indeed when it does connect on that sweet spot. But yeah, SU looking very, very good here to start the doubleheader with a 2-0 is definitely what you want to see as you come into the 6-0 versus the 6-0 matchup here to come against Lebanon Valley. I'm
sorry.
So we will have to see what goes down with that one, but that'll do it for the first half of the night. We're going to toss it to a quick ad break, but don't go anywhere because we still have more Smash Bros to come your way.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway,
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
We have the Esports Arena right here on campus in Winchester, Virginia, and this facility acts as the hub for all esports activity at Shenandoah University. Students are able to use this space not just for competition and practices, but also as a living learning community and a sandbox for them to come and explore and practice and try out things related to and through esports in the gaming industry so that they're getting that hands-on learning and the skills necessary to help them find a career by the time they graduate. We also have the professional level broadcast production booth where we do all of our broadcasting and production, from casting of our games that we play right here on campus to working with outside entities to record footage for them as well. In addition to the space that we have here in the Esports Arena is the Esports War Room. Our students get to use that space for studying, but also outside projects. So our students get to use this space for professional development and the academic side of our esports program, which is such a critical component to go with that competitive element that we have. So we combine all of our facilities at Shenandoah University with competition, community, and career preparation. We have over 250 days of programming, and there's something for everybody, and we want you to be part of it.
For Randolph Macon, 6-1 here for SU, 12-2 the game record, 13-5 on the other side for Randolph Macon. So two teams that had a very, very successful last season trying to keep it going this season.
Yeah, no reason to think that Shenandoah can't, right? And this team has only played 3 games, and they dropped a smacker of a game against Florida International.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still plenty of room at the top of the standings next to an undefeated Old Dominion. But we can take, a look at this season. Shenandoah 2-1, and Randolph Macon unfortunately unable to hit Igloo and Willie, the normal guys. But one name is notably missing. We will not see AJ tonight.
Yeah, no AJ tonight means that Far Ramos is stepping up into that spot, right? A very accomplished player. We saw them last night getting a 12 stock of their own with the Jigglypuff. I believe it was Kip with the other 12 stock yesterday, so definitely has some momentum behind them going into today's matchup here against Randolph Macon. But
in front of an audience, an in-person audience. 12 stocks taken, only losing 2 along the way, finishing the job all by himself. And then we had the first time around, Kip preceding Far Rhombus doing the same exact thing. Insane stuff from these players as they got a much needed
there earlier, racking up already 109% onto this King K rule to the 54% on up smash. Okay, I did not think
that's exactly what this team needed and what they have come to expect in matchups like these. So Kip taking full control so far. We return back to center stage. Keeping a hold of the bells. That's not enough just yet. King K. Rool is a very heavy character, even though we've seen him die at very early percentages, but the bell catches the neutral getup, and 157% is now wiped off the board, and Kip gets to go rolling into player number 2 now 3 times. So clearly 4 times. He's trying to reflect some of these projectiles and turn Kip around and sort of catch him off. You're not going to find Pac-Man in a predictable recovery pattern very often. So now I don't think Dr. Mario has a jump. And now, yep, Kip goes all
but unable to find the full combo connection there, but still able to play this distance. 113% build up onto this Pac-Man thus far. And that's the recovery not being as good as Mario's. Another clean 3-0 here. The player cams, Kip feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I don't know what they are either, but it's, yeah, electric, ice, and fire. He's very elemental, but not going to matter just yet. Wow, it does come out as Sora just using these key strikes in the air. He does have that counter. That'll be something to keep an eye on, but it does not confirm that time. As now, the up it. Clearly, that was high enough.
Yeah, only 34% built up on this first stock here for Kip's Pac-Man. 66 and dead.
Oh
Never
my
mind.
Lord.
A side smash killing from 66 mid-stage. You can see the reaction from Kip. Holy moly, I didn't think that was going to kill the poor guy.
Yeah, now
Some nice side air carries here, but a neutral. So I thought that was about to kill. My goodness, yeah, bell in hand. That one will.
So 93% now on this Zelda, as they've only been able to get 10% on this pesky little Pac-Man. Nobody can figure it out. Lots of shields going back and forth, but the apple hits the hydrant. 157%. Zelda caught the apple. The forward tilt from the ledge is able to finish it off. Kip takes 12 stocks straight, doesn't lose a single one on the journey, and SU pulls up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Now, yesterday when we saw Far Rhombus go in and with an opportunity to find a 12 stock, I'll come back to that thought in a second. He does find, Rule was at, it looked like he was at 98 when he died, and now Far Rhombus wants more. Untouched so far through a stock and a half, and
Just kept quiet. I think they just said my name back there.
I heard the whole team go, oh, right as he got hit, but he's got another stock in hand, only getting hit by one up tilt along the way, and Far Rhombus is in the driver's seat right now. Look at these guys.
See the aerial game coming online here for the Sora there, just for the time being. Still around similar percentages, 59. Well, as I say that, I am so sorry.
Star did just that, so another great showing out of Far Rhombus, but the percentage is getting up there. Far Rhombus is running out of room for mistakes.
Knows better not to attack with that one. Has seen that come out a few times from this Sora. Knows the pattern from this player. Another
Morningstar now with 2 stocks ahead of them and only 1 to work with. And a dangerous spot here, does get caught up being, he can't make it back to the lane. Being able to sit back and camp out one of the best campers in the game. And wow, Jigglypuff does make it back from that with an air dodge right at the end, but losing that last one of his own. But Far Rhombus, I'm sure, is just locking his eyes on this 1 stock ahead of him, trying to defend the ledge.
great shield coming through. Game & Watch trying to find that smash attack, but unable to find the angle to connect on that one as the bomb will for Igloo here, but definitely not one of their favorites coming into this one. We can see this one already looking fairly even. As I say,
enough to kill Igloo, as he does have good DI to get out of situations like that. Does catch the down smash, and Igloo goes for it all off stage. I turned around right as he hit it, and he had the nastiest smirk on his face. Igloo taking care of business, absolutely, and showing. Oh man, that's a
built up onto this. Zelda the Nair connecting with that one as well, going through the Phantom with the spike going off the stage here, but the up air in
show for it. So another good combo out of Igloo, finding these up smashes, finding the forward airs in neutral, which is something that I know.
Zelda, you have to find something and have to find it fast. 128 built up on this first stock here for Igloo, but instead the spike will come through. SU with a clean 2-0 against Randolph.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
We have the Esports Arena right here on campus in Winchester, Virginia, and this facility acts as the hub for all esports activity at Shenandoah University. Students are able to use this space not just for competition and practices, but also as a living learning community and a sandbox for them to come and explore and practice and try out things related to and through esports in the gaming industry so that they're getting that hands-on learning and the skills necessary to help them find a career by the time they graduate. We also have the professional level broadcast production booth where we do all of our broadcasting and production, from casting of our games that we play right here on campus to working with outside entities to record footage for them as well. In addition to the space that we have here in the Esports Arena is the Esports War Room. Our students get to use that space for studying, but also outside projects. So our students get to use this space for professional development and the academic side of our esports program, which is such a critical component to go with that competitive element that we have. So we combine all of our facilities at Shenandoah University with competition, community, and career preparation. We have over 250 days of programming, and there's something for everybody, and we want you to be part of it.
We have going on with Randolph Macon, right? Last season, both teams doing very, very well. 6-2 for Randolph Macon, 6-1 here for SU, 12-2 the game record, 13-5 on the other side for Randolph Macon. So two teams that had a very, very successful last season, trying to keep it going this season.
Yeah, no reason to think that Shenandoah can't, right? This team has only played 3 games and they dropped a smacker of a game against Florida International, but yeah, there's still plenty of room at the top of the standings next to an undefeated Old Dominion. But we can take, yes, a look at this season. Shenandoah 2-1, and Randolph Macon unfortunately unable to hit Igloo and Willie, the normal guys. But one name is notably missing. We will not see AJ tonight.
Yeah, no AJ tonight means that Far Rhombus is stepping up into that spot, right? A very accomplished player. We saw them last night getting a 12 stock of their own with the Jigglypuff. I believe it was Kip with the other 12 stock yesterday. So definitely has some momentum behind them going into today's matchup here against Randolph Macon. But
in front of an audience, an in-person audience. 12 stocks taken, only losing 2 along the way, finishing the job all by himself. And then we had the first time around, Kip preceding Far Rhombus doing the same exact thing. Insane stuff from these players as they got a much needed
there earlier, racking up already 109% on this King K rule to the 54% on
wow!
Up smash. Okay, I did not.
That's exactly what this team needed and what they have come to expect in matchups like these. So Kip taking full control so far. We return back to center stage. Oh, keeping a hold of the bells. That's not enough just yet. King K. Rool is a very heavy character, even though we've seen him die in very early percentages, but the bell catches the neutral getup, and 157% is now wiped off the board, and Kip gets to go rolling into player number 2 now 3 times. So clearly 4 times. He's trying to reflect some of these projectiles and turn Kip around and sort of catch him off. You're not going to find Pac-Man in a predictable recovery pattern very often. So now I don't think Dr. Mario has a jump. And now, yep, Kip goes all
but unable to find the full combo connection there, but still able to play this distance. 113% build up onto this Pac-Man thus far. And that's the recovery, not being as good as Mario's. Another clean 3-0 here. The player cams, Kip, feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I don't know what they are either, but it's, yeah, electric, ice, and fire. He's very elemental, but not going to matter just yet. Wow, it does come out as Sora just using these strikes in the air. He does have that counter. That'll be something to keep an eye on, but it does not confirm at that time. As now, the other, clearly that was high enough.
You know, only 34% built up on this first stock here for Kip's Pac-Man. 66 and dead.
Oh my
Never mind.
lord.
A side smash killing from 66 mid-stage. You can see the reaction from Kip. Holy moly, I didn't think that was going to kill the poor guy.
Yeah,
Now some nice side air carries here, but a neutral. So I thought that was about to kill. My goodness, yeah, bell in hand. That one will.
Last zone. So 93% now on this Zelda, as they've only been able to get 10% on this pesky little Pac-Man. Nobody can figure it out. Lots of shields going back and forth. But the apple hits the hydrant. 157%. Zelda caught the apple. The forward tilt from the ledge is able to finish it off. Kip takes 12 stocks straight, doesn't lose a single one on the journey, and SU pulls up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. Yesterday, when we saw Varsity go in and with an opportunity to find a 12 stock, I'll come back to that thought in a second. He does find. Rule was at, it looked like he was at 98 when he died, and now Varsity wants more. Untouched so far through a stock and a half, and
Just kept quiet. I think they just said my name back there.
I heard the whole team go, oh, right as he got hit, but he's got another stock in hand, only getting hit by one up tilt along the way, and Faramis is in the driver's seat right now. Look at these guys.
See the aerial game coming online here for the Sora there, just for the time being. Still around similar percentages, 59. Well, as I say that, I am so sorry.
Sorry, did just that. So another great showing out of Faramis, but the percentage is getting up there. Faramis is running out of room for mistakes.
Knows better not to attack with that one. Has seen that come out a few times from this Sora. Knows the pattern from this player. Another
Morning Star now with 2 stocks ahead of him and only 1 to work with. And dangerous spot here, does get caught up being, he can't make it back to the lane. Being able to sit back and camp out one of the best campers in the game. And wow, Jigglypuff does make it back from that with an air dodge right at the end, but losing that last one of his own. But Varsity, I'm sure, is just locking his eyes on this one stock ahead of him, trying to defend the ledge.
great shield coming through. Game & Watch trying to find that smash attack, but unable to find the angle to connect on that one, as the bomb will for Igloo here, but definitely not one of their favorites coming into this one. We can see this one already looking fairly even. As I say,
enough to kill Igloo, as he does have good DI to get out of situations like that. Does catch the down smash, and Igloo goes for it all off stage. I turned around right as he hit it, and he had the nastiest smirk on his face. Igloo taking care of business, absolutely, and showing, oh man, that's a
built up onto this. Zelda the Nair connecting with that one as well, going through the Phantom with the spike going off the stage here, but the up air in
the show for it. So another good combo out of Igloo, finding these up smashes, finding the forward airs in neutral, which is something that I know.
Zelda, you have to find something and have to find it fast. 128 built up on this first stock here for Igloo, but instead the spike will come through. SU with a clean 2-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shenandoah Esports University Arena. We have some stiff competition still to come here for tonight's viewing pleasure. We already had a clean 2-0 victory over Randolph Macon, and now 6-0 versus 6-0. SU versus Lebanon Valley for first place in their group in NECC. We'll see what happens. I'm Ben Kincaid, joined by Kevin Clayton. You might be wondering, whoa, where'd all of his hair go? This is his brother. This is Kevin. How we doing, Kevin?
I'm doing good. I am a little bit excited for this matchup we've got going on with Lebanon Valley. And excited enough to the point that I told Chris, hey, why don't you go to the back of house and I get to talk about this super exciting matchup that we've got going on, where we saw a little bit of it just a couple of weeks ago before the reschedule.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a reschedule, right? Nintendo did go kaput there for a moment halfway through our first series in that one, which was looking to turn out to be an incredibly close and good series. So hopefully that same level of gameplay shows up here tonight. We know SU has quite a lot of momentum behind them coming off of that 2-0 victory against Randolph Macon, but we will have to see if they can continue that momentum coming in here today, as now we'll take a quick look at what the standings look like for NECC Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Shenandoah University take a commanding win just a little bit ago, so now rocking the 6-0 win record in the NECC bracket, but we can also see that Lebanon is sitting pretty still, 6-0 as well. This will be a battle of titans overall, and it's definitely kind of scary from the outside. But again, Shenandoah is kind of riding that momentum of the last game. I'm kind of hoping that they can bring that forward into this series, and we get to see some true magic from these players.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a close one as we look at what happened last season. Lebanon Valley 7-0, 14-0 in that game record as well. Flawless through that season, whereas Shenandoah dropped 2 games with a 14-5 game record, 6-2 in total in that one. But now, if we look at what this season has looked like, exactly the same. These two teams are neck and neck, 6-0, 12-0, looking to stay undefeated here tonight.
Yeah, great stuff overall. I love when I see two Titans clash, and when we're talking about Titans, Shenandoah's roster is a team of behemoths to behold, and with that, I mean, the story of Far Rhombus kind of finding his own in this team has been far and away one of my favorite parts to talk about going forward. But I mean, Kip, 12 stocking everyone, and Igloo really keeping things solid, as well as Willie, scary demon man, just making appearances left, right, and center when needed most. It's all great stuff. It blends so well. I'm so excited to see how they approach this crew battle, especially, again, when you're dealing with an opponent that Shenandoah needs a strategy going into this game beyond just the stock standard.
Yeah, and a little bit of a switch up in that graphic, right? You usually don't see Far Rhombus' face on that beautiful graphic. You usually see AJ, our Falco player, unable to be here tonight. Hopefully they are able to return here in the future. So we will have to see how Far Rhombus fares now into some of these matchups. I know that they have been looking very, very strong throughout the semester, definitely toe-in-toe with AJ in that skill level. But the characters, of course, are different. We have a Jigglypuff on Far Rhombus, and we have the Falco on AJ. Different play styles, different, well, play styles, right? Different characters all together, so we'll have to see how they match up into the Lebanon Valley roster here.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. When you're dealing with a Falco setup, it's a character who can string you for upwards of like 70% unanswered if done right, and it's crazy stuff overall. But on top of that, then you have the nice zoner style with the lasers and decent recovery. But then there's the opposite side of that coin. Jigglypuff fills a niche of just knocking out certain characters in this game. There are just players who will not have answers to that little pink puffball. And I wouldn't say this is a real factor going into this match. If we do see some level of delay that we saw the last time around, you know, I brought out the whiteboard, I gave the full explanation and all that stuff. It was great. But if we see delay like that, I'm curious if we will see a little bit of what the SU roster has been trying to pick up a little bit more. Far on the Jigglypuff, maybe potentially Igloo on the Samus, some potential mix of it all. Who knows? I mean, Willie's Terry has made a couple of appearances in those situations, and that thing is, I mean, it earns the name Scary Terry for a reason. It's wild.
Yeah, the Terry is definitely something to look at. I like they mentioned Igloo Samus as well, one of the characters that he's been picking up and working on throughout the last couple semesters here, and now feels as if the Samus is on par with that Yoshi character as well. That is the tried and true. When we think of Igloo, we go, oh yeah, he plays Yoshi. But, well, he can play Samus just as good. So definitely scary if you run into that one as well. But on the side of Lebanon Valley, there's some Titans in there as well. Their Bowser Jr. player, the big one to look at in this matchup. Definitely the anchor for this team. We often see them in that anchor position. Earlier on, though, when we did have that reschedule, we saw them come out second in that first series to try to answer Kip's matchup. who did very, very good into what I believe was the Terry to start off against that Lebanon Valley series there just a few weeks ago. So we'll see if that happens again, or maybe Lebanon Valley have some better answers into SU's roster this go around.
Yeah, when dealing with this Bowser Jr., there's a similarity to Falco in the sense that you get hit by one move, you get grabbed, and you're taking 70%. But where they tend to differ, and why you would pick one character over the other, Falco's neutral game tends to be a little bit more well-rounded. You had plenty of great options to really make sure that you're keeping your opponent at bay if you need to, and if you want, you can get real close for the all-in. Bowser Jr. sacrifices a little bit of that for a pretty insane, combo projectile, or I don't know. Mecha Koopa is a weird projectile in and of itself, but that and a side special, being able to take your opponent off the side of the stage, crazy stuff all around.
Yeah, Bowser Jr. is definitely one of those characters that does have a few gimmicks that they can play around with for sure. And I was talking to Igloo a little bit before the entire evening kicked off, and he says this player likes to kind of fake their opponent out, right? Goes for that cart off the side, jumps out of it, and then goes into something else, right? So being able to balance that, knowing what the actual call out is going to be, and being able to connect with that one and then transfer that into a combo of your own, or just buy space if needed, will be huge. But there's other players on this Lebanon Valley team as well. We have a Kirby on Lebanon Valley, as well as a K-Rool, which we expected to come out first, but it looks like it'll be a little bit different here, as we do see Kirby possibly coming through to start for Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see, because when dealing with Kirby, the character has great, combo strings at earlier percents, and recently has found ways to find stocks a little bit easier than just back airs off stage, but it's still a little strange. You don't see Kirby very often, but when you do, you just have to give that player a little bit more respect, because if you're playing in a competitive setting with a character like that, clearly they know something, and you just got to be on the cautionary side of things. Yeah. Otherwise, you might get mixed.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Kirby is not, I believe, what we saw to start last time. It might have been the K-Rool actually, and not the Terry. I'm not entirely sure what that lineup looked like, but it was one of the four who started it off. We do know the Bowser Jr. was second a few weeks ago, so we'll see if the Kirby can have any momentum. I know this is a matchup that Willie is not too fond of because of that height of that character. Definitely kind of weird to try to put some strings together with the Kazuya, being just the character that Kazuya is, with that kind of Shoto play style that he has. So we'll have to see how far Kirby can get if he does face up into Willie, if there is a Terry to come out, or if Willie just proves us all wrong. It's been like, all right, yeah, Kirby's not a bad matchup for me at all. I am going to wipe the floor. That very well could happen, but we'll have to see how far this Kirby can get, as it looks like Kip will be the one starting on our side as well.
Yeah, and when you have a Pac-Man player in the driver's seat of most of these crew battles, it'll be fun to watch. Kirby doesn't have a ton of projectile game, but can sort of dance around, similar to Jigglypuff, around what game plan someone has grounded. So dealing with that, and keep an eye on it going into this game, we may see Kirby try to really take advantage of these multiple jumps to get around that hydrant and keep the pressure going, baiting Kip into an option early on.
Yeah, Kip already looking super good here into this Kirby matchup. 57% built up in those early strings that they were able to put together here. I believe that was the key in hand from Kip there as well. Bell now in hand. A very dangerous item that you don't want to see a Pac-Man holding whatsoever. Will be able to get some damage dealt. Kip dropping that Bell, but let's see what the Kirby can do. Favorable matchup here coming through for Kip.
Yeah, I do think Kip is pretty happy with this to start things off, and we're seeing a lot of the reason why. It's going to be on Kirby to take the aggression, trying to get their game plan started, but when you're dealing with Hydrant and these charged up Bells, there's a lot you need to take into account, so you gotta be careful unless you can get in like that. And a beautiful get-up roll means that this Kirby will be holding onto the stock for a little bit longer, but still sitting at 130.
Yeah, 130% now built up on this Kirby. Definitely in that kill range, as most characters will be. The key will be thrown and will connect, finding the first stock in favor of SU. Let's see what Kip can do here. 53% only built up on this first stock, looking to try to get some extra credit or possibly another stock with 3 stocks of their own remaining. Let's see what Kip can do here. The Galaga caught out by Kirby. Good job at halting that combo starter.
Yeah, it's nice to see now when Kirby has this sort of momentum started, this advantage state, it does look like it's very strong. If Kip can find an opportunity to reverse it though, not this time around. The neutral get up caught by the smash attack will mean that the percentages and stock count start to even up a little bit, but we're back in that neutral state. And in that neutral state, it's very important to see just how difficult it is for Kirby to get in, especially once this game plan of Hydrant and Fruit is online.
Yeah, good string getting put together there from Kip Galaga as well, going for that right side air, but unable to find the connection. Kirby able to make their way out of that one. Going to try to pick up that bell, but won't be able to get there fast enough. But now look at the percentages, 8% here on Kip, 100 on to this Kirby as well. We'll see how much extra credit Kip can get off of this one, but he has to find this stock first. Playing off the stage there, we'll be able to get back safely. Hydrant as well, buying space, farming up a bell in hand.
Yeah, I'm liking Riku Sakura's play style in getting, like, once they have that initial momentum, they get as much as they can. The forward smash connecting there, just proving the point, but both players trade. And one stock for one stock, Kip dropped from the platform early, trying to get the Fruit charged up, and Kirby, feeling pressure to respond, drops a little bit afterwards, but that is the nature of this matchup. Kip does have a lot of early control. As long as this Kirby doesn't get that first hit going for their game plan, Kip can run away with this, but he has to be very deliberate because this Kirby player is going for all of the marbles, not taking just the inch, going for the full mile.
Yeah, the Hydrant connecting on that one as well. Bell in hand yet again. Side smash coming through, won't be able to connect, but Kirby able to survive for the time being. 84% now, trying to get some strings of their own, trying to get this Hydrant out of the way, will do so. Kip possibly trying to call out some kind of dash attack or a roll there to come through from Riku Sakura, but unable to do so. Bell very close to connecting off of that platform as well, but Riku Sakura able to evade that one for the time being. 90% now built up on this final stock. Kirby, what can you do here? You're looking low.
Yeah, we do see when Kirby is in these sorts of situations, they do play a little bit more patient. They play very hard into their shield game, and I think Kip's picking up on that. Notice how we're seeing a lot more grabs this time around. So when Kip drops the bell, immediately goes for the up smash and gets the connect, means that Kip walks away with one stock in hand, securing the lead early on for Shenandoah.
Yeah, one stock lead now for SU going into this first series. Definitely, you can see, Kyle, Kip was trying to go for more, trying to survive with at least 2 stocks on that one, but Riku Sakura doing a great job at clawing back from behind. That double KO as well definitely swung the momentum with that offstage interaction. Beautiful stuff coming through from both players. SU, though, inching out ahead on top with 1 stock left.
And that's what you need in these sorts of difficult matchups. One stock can make all the difference. So Kip walking away with this is definitely that momentum that Shenandoah wants. And also, the way Kip was playing near the end of that just showed the adaptation that was needed. Again, slowing down the pace, and when the bells were thrown, playing much more into that grab game because Kirby was sitting so much in the shield, making sure that I don't want to get stunned, you'll probably smash attack me. But with all of that, that last interaction too, we saw Kip get hit by Kirby, put into a tech situation, but still drop the bell. Kirby gets hit, stunned. If Kip didn't tech that, that stock would have still been able to survive. And we saw how snowbally that Kirby player was. So good on Kip for finding that opportunity to really close things out.
Yeah, great job from the starter from SU, but great stuff coming through from Riku Sakura as well, able to take 2 stocks off of this starter that SU has leaned on time and time again. Definitely a gimmicky character to go into, and the Kirby did a great job with playing around it. I want to see this same stuff from all of these players from this Lebanon Valley roster. Same for our roster as well. On the side of SU, we know what these players are capable of. We'll just have to see if they can keep the momentum going. Right now, it is extremely, extremely close, but who do you think Lebanon Valley goes with here now? We have the Bowser Jr. still in reserve. The Terry is here as well, but also that K-Rule is kind of sitting on that backside. I know you know a lot of experience with that K-Rule as you play K-Rule yourself. What does this matchup look like if this is something they go for?
Yeah, so here's the big thing. The first time I met Kip was Kip kicking my butt during a tour with Pac-Man. Like, that is the most stock standard. It was hilarious when it happened because the coach was standing behind us. Coach Zach at the time was laughing because I was just getting hit by all of these things I'd never seen before. K-Rool's a big body, and I don't think that would be the answer, but I could be proven wrong going forward, and we'll just have to see.
Now, it looks like we are getting a little teaser from the producers right now, and K-Rule is the character that is selected thus far. We'll see if that is what comes through with the answer here, but I do think this favors the Pac-Man. Like you said, a big body to connect a lot of these combos with, and the Pac-Man combos, they're dangerous. They're very, very deadly and can be continuously strung upon each other. So we'll have to see if this K-Rule can clean up this last stock that Kip has remaining and try to keep 3 of their own as we hop into very shortly. If not now, there might be a button check to start. We will see what happens. No, it looks like we're going to hop right into things here. K-Rule, the answer for Lebanon Valley into this Pac-Man.
A very bold choice, but one that I understand is needed. I don't know who you send K-Rule into beyond this Pac-Man, so it's going to be on Kip to make sure that they get as much value as possible out of this one stock they have. Look at this, already kind of playing it slow. K-Rule going for a lot of crowns, but frankly, if we're trading percent, I mean, Kip's fine with that. He's willing to get as much as he needs for that final bell to connect. And look at these interactions right here. Going for tons of crown orangs, but it's not working out this time around. Instead is eating tons of Pac-Man chip damage, and it's all just racking up to a point where Kip is taking very little in return.
Yeah, 105 already built up on to Bread here on this King K-Rule. Dangerous percentage here. The bell out yet again will go off, but the down air will connect through the shield there. The crown getting tossed out left and right. That bell does connect, but won't be able to find the kill. The edge guard now coming through. The hydrant coming down. Won't be able to tech that one. Extra credit for Kip. 1 stock down.
Yeah, and that's what you want. If you can get the extra stock, that is plenty. Anything beyond this, you might as well just be feeling good. Take that snowball effect and bring it forward. And it looks like Kip is wanting more. Playing that patient game, going for this chip damage interaction again, where it's just working out in Kip's favor. Bread able to grab the Galaga, but it didn't lead to too much this time around. Just got to be wary of that going forward.
And 95% already built up here. The bell getting tossed out, crown after crown thrown here by Bread. 63% built up on this final stock here for Kip. Another grab coming through. Apple in hand. Hydrant will go down air. Not able to connect. A good get up coming through from Bread there. Able to get back onto that stage. But Kip again racking up so much percentage on this K-Rule. Will they be able to find the kill? Yes, the side B coming through will connect. 2 stocks now off of this K-Rule.
Yeah, look at that. K-Rule's already looking for back airs, and Nares is really feeling the pressure to do something in this matchup instead of throwing these crowns out. But instead, Kip has been doing a great job of keeping that momentum going. Now you know K-Rule's looking for that final hit. Almost getting desperate in these sorts of situations, but is still eating lots of trade damage. Getting caught on the hydrant, goes for another crown. Bell is online. Shouldn't take out K-Rule at this point, but may lead to an offstage interaction. Instead, finds an opportunity to send Kip offstage this time around.
Going for that down air as well is Bread, but unable to find the connection. But the down air, I believe that was, instead will find that one. I think that was down air, but nonetheless, back air, never mind. Will be able to find that final stock on Kip, but beautiful extra credit coming through from Kip, able to find 2 off of Bread and that King K Rule.
And that's what you want. Again, 5 stocks in hand against 3, you've already secured a pretty strong lead for Shenandoah, and you're not going to be giving up too much information on the next player Shenandoah decides to send in. It's one stock, one interaction, potentially, in a given matchup. You're going to learn very little about what Shenandoah's players may have to offer in any given matchup or just their general play style. So great stuff all around. I liked that K-Rool got a little bit more aggressive as that match went on, but frankly, I think if that back air didn't connect the way it did, because it's got like 3 other hitboxes that wouldn't have killed there. K-Rool's weird. But like, if that happened, where Kip held onto that stock for just a little bit longer, that back air maybe hits the shield, Kip jumps away, whatever. K-Rool was struggling to find that final hit, and that could have been even more. I do wonder how the K-Rool player is feeling going into this next game, if they're going to be able to sort of take that mental reset, go back to the projectile game, or if they're going to feel the pressure to really try and get in the opponent's face. We will have to see.
Yeah, hopping into some of the replays of that matchup, right? Kip doing a great job at buying and creating a lot of space for themselves with that hydrant. That one able to secure a kill off the stage with that one. But Bread, like you said, getting more aggressive, but that might have been out of desperation as well, just trying to please find this kill somewhere. I need to find this one. They are able to do so, but now that's one player down on the side of SU. One player down on the side of Lebanon Valley, but 2 stocks gone from their second player as well. What does SU do here to answer back? Is it going to be something like that Jigglypuff? Is it going to be Igloo Samus? Is it going to be Igloo Yoshi? Or does Willie go in? I wouldn't expect that to happen, but hey, sometimes you never know.
Yeah, if Willie goes in, then that truly means that the only character that they were worried about was that Kirby player. Like, that is someone that is out of the way, and if you're trying to limit the information that Lebanon Valley can gain from this crew battle, Willie is the kind of player who could just be sent in, close it out, like take as much as they can on the information of, I'm playing Kazuya Mishima, I play Kazuya like most people play Kazuya, figure it out.
Right.
Or do you take it to a different approach? Do you try to send in someone like Farrambus, who could dance around, really take advantage of the heaviness of K-Rool? It's definitely a strong point, but also, I mean, when you're dealing with K-Rool, it's a pretty light pink puffball. You just got to be wary that both sides stand to gain a lot from that matchup. And Farrambus has been putting in a lot of work, but you just got to be careful if that's the approach you want to take.
Yeah, Farrambus, I feel like, is what we might see to come through to try to clean up this last stock. It is that big-bodied K-Rool that we talk about. Definitely beneficial for the back air and forward air of Jigglypuff. Deceptively large hitboxes on that character. So we'll have to see if that does come through. I do think that is what will be happening, but hey, we'll just have to wait and see. 1 stock remaining here for the K-Rool, but no. We're getting word from the producer. It's not going to be the little guy, the little puffball. It's going to be Igloo Yoshi coming in to try to clean up this K-Rool.
And I get that, because I do believe Igloo has a lot of experience playing against and as K-Rool. Something I learned over Boost on the Beach is that Igloo has plenty of experience around this crocodile. And if you're going to do that, I mean, hey, frankly, that's the way you do it, is take what knowledge you have, secure the 1 stock, and try to go into it with a 3-stock lead for the next upcoming opponent, which, by the looks of things, is either a Bowser Jr. or a Terry. And either way, I do think Igloo securing his value now could pay dividends going forward.
Yeah, that is the matchup that we saw come through a couple weeks ago, was that Yoshi-Bowser Jr. matchup coming through. Both players getting 1 stock off of each other. It was a 2-2 matchup at 0% before the servers went a little haywire there for everybody, but we will have to see if that is the answer to come through, if Igloo is able to clean up this stock on K-Rool to perfection. We go to final destination here, maybe looking for an aerial juggle kill, as we already see the string getting put together here from our favorite dinosaur. Trying to go for the spike as well, trying to end it quickly. Won't be able to find the sweet spot on that one.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. K-Rool in disadvantage. I don't know how you deal with this Yoshi pressure, as well as these Crownerangs offering not too much off stage. K-Rool able to get back on the ledge, goes for the crown off the ledge, will get a little bit more value, but instead is sitting in these awkward spots where they're just eating Yoshi aerials left, right, and center, and you're on Final Destination. You have no platforms to go for anything crazy. Instead, Igloo is just securing a ton of value. We do see the crown off stage going for the Nair, but it doesn't connect this time around.
Yeah, the crown did connect on that one, did try to combo that one into the Nair kill, but wasn't able to find that connection. 180% built up on this K-Rool. The back air will connect and will be able to clean up that final stock. SU now finding themselves with a 9-6 stock lead here in the first series. Lebanon Valley now down to their final 2 players.
That was pure matchup knowledge at its finest. That was pure experience at its finest. The moment that game started, it was K-Rool going for Crownerang and Igloo jumping over it, forward air to the face, up tilts everything else, just saying, you can't do that in this matchup.
Right.
Sending K-Rool off stage, having to get this giant body off of ledge, that doesn't work out great. And on top of all of that, there were multiple times where Igloo was able to find the crown himself and then drop it off stage, looked for a combo off of it. I mean, I don't know. That was pure just, I know this matchup, let me get my guaranteed value, and let's keep running it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Lebanon Valley does here to answer back. Frankly, I think this could go either way, right? I do feel like they are going to try to save this Bowser Jr. player to dead last, as that is what we believe to be the scarier player here on this roster. We'll have to see if that is what comes through. They might start and come through in this Yoshi matchup here against Igloo. We'll have to see if that happens, but it could be this Terry as well. I know that Igloo does have a pretty good comfortability and experience with that character, as our own player here, Willie, plays a lot of Terry as well.
Yeah, Terry against Yoshi feels like a bit of a fascinating matchup. I imagine Terry does a lot of spacing with the forward tilt and the crack shoot, where it's just a lot of trying to catch Yoshi landing. I'm sure Igloo is aware of that, may be able to like dance around it and keep that momentum going, but it does look like that will be the matchup, a Terry versus Yoshi matchup, which means that we should be seeing a little bit more boxing game. I'm curious to see who's going to feel the pressure to approach, as we may see a Hollow Bastion matchup.
We do land ourselves on Hollow Bastion, but oh my goodness, the string right out of the gate. 78% built up already on this Terry player. 0 on the side of Igloo. A beautiful start from Igloo, our captain of this Smash Bros team. The grab coming through as well. Going for the grab. The up air will connect, but now the go meter up and available. A few more moves, but never mind. A 0 to 100 here for Igloo to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pure 0 to death in all of its glory. We do see the back air connect and a matchup that Igloo doesn't actually prefer. Again, trying to secure the value that Igloo wanted off of that K-Rool matchup and then dealing with the consequences after. But I do like that this is going the way it is, because Igloo is just running away. Pure momentum, catching double jumps, going for the Nair. Terry may not be able to make it back. Is able to grab the ledge off of that rising tackle. Goes for a quick double jab into the burn knuckle. Is at go percent. But nice thing about Yoshi is that you do have some nice ways to deal with it and try to get close to this Terry. But look at how Igloo is respecting it. Trying to dash around, sort of dance around these options. Not committing to anything too hard just yet. Instead, looking for a habit to try and take advantage of.
Yeah, trying to find that Nair off stage again, but the up airs again will be able to find the kill here for Igloo. Now 3 stocks to 1, another beautiful juggle coming through, but now the percentage now. Dangerous position for Igloo, 103 built up in kill territory. If this Terry can find a connection, a string, anything put together, might be able to find the first stock off of Igloo.
Yeah, we do see Igloo going for a couple of good hits, is trying to, once again, kind of dash around the Terry game plan, not giving Terry the opportunity to go for anything too crazy. Otherwise, it could lead into a very scary couple of down tilts into the burn knuckle. Good job of getting out of that interaction. A couple of clank hits even will space them out so that Igloo doesn't have to deal with that pressure on the shield.
Yeah, trying to get that aerial game going yet again. The back air connecting there from Igloo, going for that forward air as well, but won't be able to connect. The dash attack will be able to seal the deal on the first stock off of Igloo. Now let's see what this Terry can do. Any extra credit off of that stock? 61% already built up.
Yeah, you got to be careful at this point because yes, you do have this lead in this matchup, but you are dealing with a character that inherently has great comeback potential. So you can't let your foot off the gas. We are seeing Igloo doing a good job of really spacing things out, still giving this Terry player the respect they deserve, but not going for much more because not much more is needed. Catching the recovery going low and Terry slowly falling to the blast zone.
Yeah, one player left now on the side of Lebanon Valley. It is the Bowser Jr. in that anchor position. Let's see if they can run the gauntlet. I mean, we still have 8 stocks remaining right now on the SU side to the 3 that Lebanon Valley is working with. It's going to be a big ask of this Bowser Jr. player if they want to stay in this one.
I do think a lot of that sort of momentum was built off of the first interaction we saw with Igloo. It's clear by the matchup preference that Igloo expected to get that one stock off the K rule, go in against this Terry and get as much as they can, saying, okay, listen, I was expecting maybe to go up against the Kirby or something, but I mean, we saw a 0 to death to start things off. Beautiful stuff all around.
Yeah, I mean, Igloo just played phenomenally throughout this entire matchup, pushing the aggression on to this Terry, not giving them a lot of opportunity to find strings of their own, just constant aggression, making Terry uncomfortable, unable to keep up with the speed that Igloo was playing with. They were able to find that one stock, but I mean, that was one stock too late. You had already lost 2 of your own, and Igloo knew that they were in a great position to clean this one up and give SU a very favorable ending to this first series.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to see an SD like that from the Terry player, but all the same, it's the name of the game, and so we will be going into the final round. The Bowser Jr. player instead on the Morton, but all the same kit, same character, and one that you have to respect. There's a reason why we've been talking so much about this matchup, and I hope y'all will get to see just how crazy this character can be sometimes.
Yeah, favorable matchup here coming through from Igloo against this Bowser Jr. Let's see how favorable it can be as you come into this one stock down, trying to get some aerial game going early on here. We'll be able to find a couple of hits, some strings on that one. Chewy Hobo able to get a nice grab as well, going off stage there, trying to find that, what is it, the bomb cart, the boom cart?
Yeah, the clown
with
car.
that kill, the clown car, trying to find that kill, but unable to do so. A good side air coming through from Chewy Hobo, getting up quite a lot of damage built up here onto Igloo.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Chewy Hobo's dealing with this matchup so far. Is playing very in the face of Igloo, and yet finds opportunities to sort of dance around. We do see a little bit more of a patient game now that Igloo is at a higher percent. But, I mean, we're seeing a lot of this side special, using it to sort of feint out approaches and using it for the double jump that we see down there. A great tool to get a ton of value, but you got to be careful because if you're caught in the wrong spot going for that move, it could spell disaster. But instead, a back air from Chewy Hobo will send Igloo off stage.
And back air coming through, but Igloo doing a great job at getting back to stage, going for the spike. We'll be able to connect that forward air yet again. Now just trying to go for an edge guard forward air yet again, connecting here from Igloo, doing a great job at protecting this edge. But Chewy Hobo, a great job at getting back onto stage, both in very dangerous percentage on both sides.
Yeah, very good job of stalling, getting back onto the ledge. I do believe because Igloo was running out of invincibility so quickly, it was not easy for Chewy Hobo to get back on there, but Igloo able to find the nair to close out that stock. Chewy Hobo returning it in kind with an up air of their own. 0-0, 1 stock to 2. but Shenandoah still with a pretty monstrous lead.
Yeah, getting that one stock is huge here for SU. The juggle coming through from Igloo as well. Let's see if we can have another 0 to death. Just as I say that, the grab comes through. Won't be able to find that one, but that would have been huge if Igloo was able to find something like that. But Chewy Hobo doing a great job at putting some strings together of their own. And this is kind of this fake out play style that Igloo was talking about, going into that clown car in that side B and then hopping right out of it immediately. But now when you're out of that cart, Varsity can't do a whole lot, so definitely dangerous when you commit to some of those approaches and those combinations.
Yeah, great stuff all around from Chewy Hobo, getting a good feel of when they should be going for that up special, but instead is now finding themselves dealing with a dino pretty close to their face. Again, using that side special this time, not feinting it this time around, going for the approach, does get a couple of good hits. Igloo does not have the double jump, does get hit with the nair, which means I don't believe that dino makes it back. No, sir. But a 1 stock to 2 stock interaction, and it seems like Igloo has a bit of a plan going through it, has picked up a bit of game plan, is trying to communicate that with the team a little bit.
Yeah, no, definitely Igloo doing a great job at picking up some of the techniques and tactics that the Bowser Jr. was going with here. So 2 players remaining on the SU squad, Far Rhombus and Willie, the last 2 standing to take down 2 remaining stocks here on Chewy Hobo. Let's see if they can do it. I expect Far Rhombus to come in on this one. Willie, our tried and true anchor throughout last semester and all of this season as well. So definitely expect him to take up the back end of things and see if they can close it out here with Far Rhombus.
I can't imagine that Willie also enjoys this matchup because we're seeing so many feints from this Bowser Jr. player where they're going for the side special and then double jumping, and Willie playing either if on Kazuya is just a lot of like feint game, is a lot of just like, I'm gonna be on the ground, I'm gonna be throwing out my electrics, my up tilts, my whatever I need to do to get that first initial hit, but you're all the way up there and I am sitting down here. How am I supposed to get near you without eating a bunch of percent? So I would expect Far Rhombus to go in. If that does happen, I'm expecting Far Rhombus to secure as much value as possible. This matchup looks rough, especially considering that side B that Morton has. Chewy Hobo has been using that armor on that move a lot more efficiently than I think I've seen anyone else use it, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Chewy Hobo doing a great job at controlling the airspace around them as well, which is definitely where you see Jigglypuff oftentimes try to live in kind of that little space around your bubble where sometimes you can't fully reach him sometimes, but Chewy Hobo has been doing a great job at controlling that space against Igloo there, and we'll see if he can continue that momentum into this matchup. We'll just have to wait and see, but Far Rhombus looking like he might be ready to go.
Yeah, I do want to acknowledge that I think I saw a little bit of a BMetry on the end of that replay. I think that Morton player saw that Igloo didn't have a double jump and was down tilting on main stage, which is where the clown card takes its tongue, kind of goes like a nana boo boo sort of thing, and like was doing it over and over. I think it speaks to the mental of the player, you know, not getting phased by losing the 1 stock, but I also think that is a dangerous game to be playing against a roster that builds on momentum like that. It's dangerous, but I'm curious to see if Shenandoah will try to utilize that a little bit to really say, don't you get a swollen head over this. It was 1 stock. Chill out.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see what Far Rhombus can do here moving forwards. It's going to be 3 stocks to 2 stocks remaining for Lebanon Valley in this first set. We'll have to see if this Bowser Jr. Chewy Hobo can claw back from the deficit here. 6 stocks to 2 in favor of SU as we get ready to load into this next match, if you will. So I'm excited to see how this matchup looks for the Jigglypuff, because I know it's a very floaty, airy character, a light character as well, and Bowser Jr. does have some pretty good moves to find some confirms, right? A heavy hitting character, a lot heavier than people initially realize as well, so definitely comes into factoring with the damage that Bowser Jr. can put out as we make our way to final destination. Here is the selection coming through from SU.
Yeah, no platforms, and Chewy Hobo is going to trying to get the approach game going. I don't see how you feint your side special when playing against a Jigglypuff. You can do it when you're at a far distance like that, but frankly, when you're at that distance already, I'm not sure what all it may lead into. We do see a good side special interaction there from Chewy Hobo, securing a solid amount of percent, but Farrambus willing to play it a little bit slower, understanding that this character can be very spooky and try to take you out at just about any point, no matter the percentage.
Yeah, 72% already built up here onto Farrambus, 20 on the side of Chewy Hobo. Farrambus struggling to get into striking distance here against Chewy Hobo, going for that down spin aerial there from the Jigglypuff, but the jab will connect. Now 104% built up. The bomb tossed up as well. Good connection coming through from Chewy Hobo. Farrambus struggling to make it back to stage.
Yeah, does find the ledge, does go for a roll read, does find the roll read, but doesn't pull the trigger fast enough, which means that Farrambus will sit back in center stage. Do see a Mecha Koopa online, going for a couple of forward airs, does get hit by an up air and survives. I'm shocked that that is how that goes. Okay, second up air does secure the stock, but I do think Farrambus is still in this and wants to secure as much value as possible against a very tough opponent. Oh!
Trying to go for that rest is Farrambus, trying to secure that kill, but unable to connect. I love the aggression coming through, but just unable to find the correct angle. We'll see what Farrambus can do. Just finding one stock is massive for this SU team. 65% built up on Chewy Hobo with that one. The Koopa Bomb able to make connection there as well. Pretty even here, 2-2.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Farrambus. Again, still playing it slow. You could try to take the aggressive approach here, but giving Chewy Hobo the respect they deserve is caught on the landing this time around, but still trying to find these opportunities to get even more value. The Mecha Koopa Bomb is thrown out. Chewy Hobo sent off stage, goes for the down air landing, is going to find a little bit of percentage, but Farrambus staying just out of that burst range, getting as much value as possible.
The side smash coming through as well from Chewy Hobo. Won't be able to connect. Farrambus doing a great job at rolling back up onto the stage. The up airs as well coming through from the Bowser Jr. Will be able to connect, but won't be able to find the finishing blow. 112 built up here on this Bowser Jr. Farrambus struggling to find the killing blow on this first stock, and now is in a dangerous percentage themselves. Either player now can get knocked out at a moment's notice.
Yeah, we do see two jabs into the grab. Does go for a down throw. It won't take the stock, but does send Farrambus off stage. Mecha Koopa is on the stage, which means that that up air will connect in just the right spot. And so Farrambus will be taken out. It will be a one-player-to-one-player matchup. Willie up against this Bowser Jr. player.
Yeah, Farrambus doing a great job at trying to find some of that space, but Chewy Hobo doing a great job to counteract what Farrambus was going for in a lot of those interactions. So very close to finding that stock that they were looking for from Farrambus, but nonetheless, Chewy Hobo able to survive, hang on to those two remaining stocks, and now we find ourselves down to a one player versus one player with one stock in favor of SU.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from Farrambus, especially that falling up air into the rest. I do think that that was the right call. And something to note, the punishes, like true combo punishes from that player were about 20% or so. It was taking advantage of your landings afterwards that was the problem, but you shouldn't be beating yourself up for any sort of one missed opportunity. That could have been amazing value. And so I'm very happy that we saw a bit of that. Getting back onto the later part of that matchup, one stock to one stock, or one stock to two stocks, excuse me, but both at incredibly high percent. It was very important for Farrambus to find a landing opportunity, but you're not expecting that Mecha Koopa there. Nobody is. It's just a matter of kind of keeping that mental note. It's like Snake C4. And
right,
like,
yeah.
Keeping an eye on the opponent and like where that goes. Beyond that, sometimes it happens. The mental stack in fighting games is a very real factor.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it looked good for the most part coming through from Farrambus, but there was just some small interactions that just did not go their way. The landing, like you said, being one of the big ones that did not go Farrambus's way, struggling to get the Bowser Jr. kind of off stage in a vulnerable position, playing from that disadvantaged state. So we'll have to see what happens in this next matchup, right? I feel like it's probably going to be Kazuya to come through from Willie. I know that is definitely one of, well, it is the tried and true character of our anchor here. So we'll have to see what that matchup looks like, as we look like we might be hopping directly into this final matchup between this Bowser Jr. and yes, it will be the Kazuya golden suit and all.
Yeah, I still worry about this matchup a little bit. I understand that this is Shenandoah's anchor, but I do think that this is a tall ask. I'm curious to see what the matchup chart may look like here in a bit. Going for the reflector on the Mecha Koopa, but if it goes back into Willie, that could be a lot of damage. Instead, here comes the combo game. 40% online, going for a Wind God Fist hit. Instead, gets a little bit of damage, but does find the electric. But because Morton was just a little too high in the air, won't see too much more off of that initial hit.
Yeah, does find this matchup favorable, comboing into electric, going for that side air, but unable to connect on that one. No clown card to work with there for the time being, but we'll be able to get that one back. High percentage now on both sides. Electric again connecting there, but unable to combo that into anything more. The side special will connect, almost knocking Willie out of their first stock, but will be able to find the recovery to come through.
Oh, very nice down B. It won't close the stock just yet. Bowser Jr., very heavy character, but both players sitting at incredibly high percents, and Willie still with the stock lead. Going for the up special, trying to get Chewy Hobo to jump on some opportunity there, but instead, Chewy Hobo playing it slow. Kazuya clanking with the side special. I have not seen that interaction. Does get the aerial down B, which means that the Rage Art is still online, 132%, and Morton going for a very dangerous up smash, 39%. I will take that, thank you very much.
Yeah, 39% off of one move is pretty absurd, right? The up special able to find that kill onto the Kazuya there. Now 2 stocks to 1, but 40% already built up on this final stock for Chewy Hobo. Means Willie has some room to work with here. Let's see if he can put this one to bed for the first series, but now a little bit of an aerial string getting put together there from Chewy Hobo, able to get some percentage back in their favor.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Willie. Electrics in neutral. Not going for too much more unless Morton is landing directly onto Kazuya. Does get caught by the forward smash on the ledge. It does hit in that spot, which means that we are in a one-stock situation, but one good string from either player will be able to close things out, as we do see 53% returned onto Willie.
And we now find ourselves pretty much dead even here. The clown car going down, the side special coming out as well, but let's see if Willie can put together a string here. Dead even percentage coming through into this final stock. It's going to be down to pixels here with this one. Both characters dangerously low. Electric will connect the up special, unable to find the kill. Almost both at 100%.
Yeah, and that's the awkward part of this matchup, is that Willie is the one who needs to really find an opportunity to get close, but Chewy Hobo is doing a great job of really keeping that pressure going. We do see Rage Art is online and may be able to find an opportunity to close things out. Chewy Hobo going for a bit of platform stalling and is called out with the up special. A beautiful call out to make sure that there's no funny business. Shenandoah walking away 1-0.
1-0 indeed here in favor of SU. That one felt like he got a little bit close there towards the end, and, well, it did, down to both players being at 100% on their final stocks. Anchor versus Anchor. SU find themselves with the victory to start off this series 1-0. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going. Kip and Igloo doing a great job finding their stride. Far Rhombus struggling to get that momentum back in their favor like they had earlier in the night. And then Willie, finally, the first time seeing him here tonight, able to wrap things up towards the end there. A very, very close series.
Yeah, but great stuff overall. I loved the call out to close that out. You have Rage Art online. You have everything in your back pocket to really keep that going for you. But I mean, you could call it out. First of all, replay, thank you for that clip of the clanking side B. That is absurd. That is crazy that interaction works like that, but it does work out in Willie's favor to start things off. Does get hit by the up smash to lose that stock, but it was just a weird stall game from Chewy Hobo. A lot of just awkward pressure, keeping a good hold of that advantage state with the forward smashes at the ledge. Crazy stuff.
I did not know that would hit below the ledge there. That shocked me, frankly, because that drill does not look like it's anywhere near you, but it is able to connect on that ledge. So I don't think Willie was necessarily expecting that one to come through either, catching them a bit off guard, but in the end, still able to regain, regroup, and find that final stock.
This speaks to the level of talent that Shenandoah has. That last interaction, that last stock, we saw Morton going back and forth on the platform, was ready to just stall, say, Kazuya, you got to come up to me. And Willie saying, all right, deal. Like, I could go for these rage arts. I could try to catch your landing on the platform, maybe clip something. No, I will match you, but I got to time it just right. And it worked out this time around. We do see back of house that the matchup starting things off has been decided, and it's a run back. Kirby versus Pac-Man.
Running it back. Kirby versus the Pack. I believe only losing one stock in that matchup. Two stocks, losing in that matchup was Kip on the Pac-Man, but looked pretty comfortable in that matchup, all things considered. Kirby doing a great job at fighting up front with the Pac-Man, closing that gap. But, I mean, Kyle, Kip doing a great job as well, answering back with some combos of their own. Let's see what this rematch comes up with here as we start off the second series here. I believe we'll be jumping into that one very shortly, but I'm curious to see where this one will land because it seemed very close in that first series.
Yeah, it feels like Riku Sakura is feeling bold because if you're willing to run this back, you went down last time. That means that you have something that you saw. Maybe you went back in the footage. You were watching replays while your team was going up against the other opponents. Understandably so, but you saw something you want to take advantage of. It's going to be on Kip to try and slow things down and keep that game plan from the first game alive. Otherwise, we saw how dangerous this advantage of Riku Sakura was. Getting into game number one, already a couple of good hits from this curb.
And now we see the string getting put together from Kip as well, able to even up the percentages here. The down air connecting as well. The Galaga in hand trying to put together that string, but unable to do so. You can see the match preference again on the left-hand side of your screen. Kip favors this matchup quite a bit, feels very comfortable with this one, but Riku Sakura, again, doing a great job at matching the pace of what Kip wants to do. Key in hand getting tossed out there, won't be able to find its way through the hydrant, but the down air instead will find its way through to Kirby.
Man, look at how the water builds space. Riku Sakura trying to catch Kip's landing, does find the get-up attack with the forward smash. That does mean that Kip will go down to start things off, but 66% in total. Does have a bell online, does go for the roll, does not connect, but is willing to slow things down again. We do see the double jumps online, and the bell charges. Riku Sakura doing a good job of really playing to the strengths, asking Kip, hey, I'll let you charge this through, but you better believe that once I find my opening, I'm going to be going all in with these dash attacks.
The hydrant down yet again. The Peach getting thrown out. One stock still, one stock only taken in this series, this matchup here against Riku Sakura and Kip here, but 111 built up on the side of Riku on this first stock. Kip trying to clean that one up without taking too much damage on their second. The down air will be able to connect, but unable to find the kill just yet. An apple a day might be able to find the answer, but no, trying to read that roll up and the grab into the hydrant. Instead, we'll be able to find the kill elsewhere. Now 2 stocks to 2, 53% in favor of Riku Sakura.
Yeah, a couple of really nice setups there from Kip. We're able to get a lot of value. We do see a couple of forward airs getting that good value onto Riku Sakura. Just getting the couple of hits and getting that game plan online, using the fire hydrant to build the space, using the Galaga to beat out the dash attack, and in return secures almost 50%, but Kirby has the key, and it is thrown right back into the hands of Pac-Man.
I don't think I've ever seen someone catch the key. That was pretty cool. The bell will connect. The side B won't be able to find its mark, but now Kip finding the advantage yet again. 121 built up on the second stock of Riku Sakura, 93% built up on the side, but the down smash will be able to connect 2 stocks to 1 in favor of Riku.
Yeah, we do see the forward tilt connect. Kirby having to jump back onto the stage. She's feeling the pressure. There is a Pac-Man into the face, and that means that it is a 1-stock to 1-stock situation, a repeat of what we saw in Series 1, and that it means Riku Sakura needs to find an opportunity to close things out. Otherwise, it could end exactly how Shenandoah wants, in a beautiful fashion.
Yeah, very close percentages here already in these final stocks for both of these players. 31%, 22%. Galaga up and going, but Riku Sakura doing a great job at countering that one, not being hit, and then going right into that hydrant as well, getting that one out of the way. Up B, able to connect for Riku.
Yeah, and look at the percentages building up. Again, relatively even. And when it comes to these last situations in this game so far, it has fallen into Riku Sakura's hands, but Kip playing it slow, playing it willing to understand that, hey, Riku Sakura has been the one finding these last couple of hits, so I will play around my bell, play around my keys. I will play this game how I need to get as much value as possible.
Yeah, we can see the hydrant set up, the key coming through. Won't be able to connect. The Peach will instead. Bell now in hand for Kip. Let's see if they're able to find the angle. No, not just yet, but the hydrant is buying so much space. 124 now built up onto this Kirby. Dangerously low in the death percentage. The apple with the water will be able to find the angle. Just like we started series number 1, 3 stocks down on the side of Lebanon Valley and 2 stocks down on the side of SU.
There's a name for that move. We call it the apple gun. The apples send flying fast back into the opponent. A crazy setup and a lot, something that clearly the Kirby player was not expecting. The match was starting to slow, and it was working in Kip's favor. A couple of chip hits off of fire hydrants or maybe like a back air or two. Getting that momentum, getting a little bit of percentage, but Kip willing to play it slow and get that guaranteed value. More things would have been able to kill, but suddenly when I say, yeah, I mean, hey, keep getting your fire hydrants. I can play this game too. I can play it slow. These moves aren't killing me. Suddenly, there's an apple in your face.
It felt like in that final stock that Riku Sakura started to play slower into Kip's game plan, and that is really what separated them. I think they got a little nervous finding themselves back in that 1-to-1 stock scenario, because when Riku Sakura was in the face of Kip, it looked good. They were able to find so many strings and find the earlier kills because of that. But when they found themselves in that final stock scenario, they really slowed the game down and gave Kip a lot of space to work with.
And that's just nature of fighting games. Understandably so, you want to slow down. You want to be like, okay, clearly I'm at my last stock. Something isn't working. I must have to change my game plan. No. As crazy as that sounds, you were put in that last stock situation keeping that initial momentum. If that momentum continued the way it was going, you would have walked ahead with that 1 stock in your pocket, and we could have seen a reversal of what we saw in the first crew battle. Instead, the pressure builds on you, and understandably so. There's a lot on the line, especially when both teams have a winning series on their hand. I understand it, but that is the kind of difference that can truly mean you have your perfect season or you walk away with a loss on your record.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes up here for Lebanon Valley, expecting the K rule to come through yet again. But that did not look like it was very favorable either. I mean, Kip very close to finding a full 3 stocks against that K rule. So if they are able to do that this go around, then Kip has the opportunity to find extra credit onto the Terry, which we did not see in that first series, right? It was Igloo having to come up, clean up that final stock on the K rule, and then go into that Terry and find 2 stocks of their own.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating Igloo to go in against that Terry again and expect that result. That was a beautiful performance from Igloo, but that was a lot to ask in that sort of matchup. That matchup is tough.
Yeah.
So in a situation where both crews have potential reversal characters, where Igloo is so confident that he can close out that K-Roll matchup but K-Rool may be the answer for this Pac-Man. They need to get their guaranteed value now. Instead, it looks like K-Rool will be reserving themselves for later. Terry Bogard is entering the fray.
Yeah, Terry is going to be the answer here for this one. And now, I don't know if this is just the name that they're working with, but the tag says Chewy Hobo. I could not fathom this being Chewy Hobo in any sense of the word. No, it is not. It is the Terry that we saw in that first series. I guess they're just playing on the same Switch name, just like we do on SU Esports here. So we'll have to see what Kip can do up against this matchup. Have not seen the Terry here just yet is Kip, so we'll see what goes down as Terry's already finding some momentum in their favor. The Galaga coming through from Kip.
Yeah, we do see Artemis getting a bit of combo game going and the fighting game music in the background. Things are flowing. But all that being said, Chewy Hobo is eating a lot of percentage, and it's looking like a repeat of what we saw against Igloo, where Artemis is playing the aggressive approach, but found a crazy fire hydrant string, gets a good amount of percent, but nothing too much more beyond that, and Kip calling out the jumps. Go is online. We do see one down tilt into the Buster Wolf, and it was dropped? Why was it? The trampoline! That is an insane interaction. I did not know that is how that works. That is crazy stuff. And we get a stock off of it, Ben. That was beautiful knowledge.
Yeah, I did not know that the trampoline could fully stop that combo from going through. And that allows Kip to find the first stock of this matchup. 93% built up on themselves, but I mean, Kip should have been gone, should have been eliminated already with that go meter, but instead is able to survive. 82% now built up on to the Terry on this second stock. It could be an exact repeat of what we saw against the K-Rool. We'll have to wait and see if Kip is able to find that angle. No, he is not. 2 stocks will remain on to the Terry, but what an interaction coming through from Kip.
That, again, matchup knowledge of Shenandoah's players, just knowledge of the game. That is crazy that is how that works. That combo works every time. I have gotten hit by that every time someone goes for it, and I'm like, man, I just took like 50. It's insanity. So, the knowledge of Kip to just walk away with that, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to go forwards a little bit more and like dash through people, but no, the trampoline is in the way. So yeah, huge call out coming through from Kip there. We'll have to see what comes through now as a result of that, because we do have 1 extra stock on that second player than we did in series number 1, and it was the K-Rool, not this Terry. We'll have to see if it's going to be Farambis now into this Terry, because we know that Igloo, given the matchup preference, does not exactly favor or like this Terry matchup whatsoever, but we'll have to wait and see if that is what the answer is going to be, because, I mean, Igloo already had that experience against them before and was successful.
My mind is still blown. I'm hoping that SU can take this lead and bring it forward. Every time we see Shenandoah's roster, it's a true moment of snowball potential.
Yeah.
1 stock lead is enough to close out the series. Again, perfect series on the line for both sides, and yet it's looking really good for Shenandoah.
Yeah.
Now, K-Rool is in reserves for the opposing side. I'm going to make the executive assumption and assume Bowser Jr. is saved for last.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm assuming you save Igloo for that K-Rool, which means that we probably see Farambis go in now and try to deal with the Terry.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's doable. It's scary in every way that Jigglypuff will always be scary in the fact that the character is light. But at the same time, if you are able to close out stocks before that go meter is online, before you have to start dashing around or dancing around power geysers,
yeah,
I think it can work out.
Yeah, I think that Farambis can come out with the victory here in this Terry matchup, which is is exactly what we are going to be seeing here. It is going to be the Jigglypuff into this Terry. 3 stocks to 2 in favor of Farambus on the Puff. So I like that they're saving Igloo for this K-Rool because we know that Igloo can do a very good job into that matchup. We'll just have to see if Farambus can get them there early on, putting together some strings already 40% built up onto the Terry.
Oh my goodness, Farambus was already looking to end this man's life. Instead, 96 unanswered. Does look for the Nair off stage. We do see one quick hit, getting a little bit of value. The go is online, but Terry is off stage. It goes for the dash attack, call out, gets the ledge, and Farambus is getting a ton of value already. 8% for a stock. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Farambus to start things off. 1 stock left now for this Terry. 62% built up onto Farambus as well. Terry now trying to get in the face of Farambus, has been doing a great job at doing that. 94% now built up. Farambus struggling to get back into that combination that they were able to find early on into this series, but we'll be able to find forward air there. 35% built up now onto this Terry.
Yeah, we do see a down air connect. Go for a couple of forward airs. Trying to go for it all. The rising tackle off stage. Terry has no jump. Going for the burn knuckle. I don't believe Terry can make it back. Oh, does have the double jump. We do see the rising tackle connect. It was a crazy interaction, but 95 in return for a beautiful offstage interaction is nothing to stop at. We do see the burn knuckle close out 1 stock onto Farambus, but we do see forward smash connect. 1 back air going for the burn knuckle power dunk. 1 quick nair. The go meter online going for the forward air, but Terry has to go a little too low. Farambus taking 2 stocks for 1.
Yeah, 2 stocks for 1 indeed. That is huge, knowing what is waiting, right? It's the K-Rool and the Bowser Jr. Farambus, I think, is going to highly prefer that K-Rool matchup because it is that big body, like we talked about earlier. Very beneficial for the Jigglypuff combinations to come through. So right now, I mean, the Terry is gone. It's just the K-Rool in the way of the Bowser Jr., so we'll have to see how this one goes, but I feel like SU is in a very favorable position right now.
They are in a very favorable position, but there's something you need to keep in mind at this point. You can take, you are on the opposing side, your back is against the wall. You can send K-Rool into this matchup if you believe that this is the way that you want to do things. Or you can get aggressive. You can send in this Bowser Jr. player and try to secure this momentum. Farambus had a beautiful performance against this Terry. Artemis was put in a lot of pressure, taking 1 hit in exchange for a stock. Great stuff all around, but a very dangerous matchup potentially going forward.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Farambus can do here. I didn't, frankly, think about the Bowser Jr. coming in right now because that is a dangerous thing to think about, right? Because if you get K-Rool in a position where they only need to find 1 stock, it's doable, right? So we have seen that happen many a time, right, of switching up kind of your anchor to make sure that you have a more favorable matchup going on in the series. So we'll have to see if the Bowser Jr. does come in instead of the K-Rool. I don't think it will, personally, just because we saw how good the Bowser Jr. was in that anchor position, bringing it down to 1 stock to 1 stock. We'll have to wait and see if they can do that again, but I mean, it's still a very tall ask when you're still working with 3 players of SU on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, even so, I understand the value that this Bowser Jr. player brings staying in the back, but when you're dealing with 8 stocks, you're talking about value that, to your knowledge, would work out exceptionally well. To send yourself in and secure 2 stocks, you would play your part. You should be asking each player to take 3. If you take more, then so be it. The anchors usually have that pressure on them. They're the ones used to that sort of situation. But if you are trying to secure that value, maybe get a little bit of momentum in your set, like in your sail. Keep that in mind because it could make all the difference on how the next couple of matchups are pulling up. Well, you will have to see. K-Rool could work out well too.
Yeah.
We've seen tons of crowns thrown out, a couple of blunderbusses. I mean, I don't know how Jigglypuff can sort of dance around it. There's an argument for both sides.
Yeah, no, it's definitely kind of, I feel like it could be a 50-50 angle here, right? It can work either way. It's just a matter of the execution on the side of Lebanon Valley, right? Because we've seen the K. Rool struggling against the Pac-Man, but now we have a different matchup for the Pac-Man, right? The Pac-Man was not able, or excuse me, the K. Rool was unable to see the Jigglypuff in that last series, so we're unsure what that might look like. The K. Rool might be able to run away with that matchup and even things up here on the side of Lebanon Valley. But, I mean, still, it feels like a very tall ask for a character like K. Rool to find the advantage against any player here right now for SU, because all of these players have experience playing against these K. Rools, and it does look like that is where we are going to be going. The K. Rool is the one to be sent out. Bowser Jr., Chewy Hobo will wait in the wings as the anchor for Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, we do see Far Rhombus going all the way off stage, going down that one stock, but Bread, excuse me, trying to get a little bit of value. But there is that projectile game that's going to be very difficult for Far Rhombus to deal with. Good value to start things off. A lot of shield damage. If Far Rhombus finds an opportunity to get close here, it could spell disaster for Bread. There it is. A couple of good hits trying to get the roll in. Does find the Sing. I am shocked that connect how it did, but great stuff all around.
Yeah, grab coming through there from Bread, able to get a little bit of damage off of that Sing, but not able to find the rest, which I am assuming is what Far Rhombus was going to try to go for, unable to get back up on that ledge, or that platform rather, in time. Both characters, both players now in some dangerous percentages, but Bread, of course, will be feeling a little bit more comfortable with the heavyweight that K. Rool is, but Far Rhombus playing aggressive, not slowing down the pace thus far. Bread trying to get back into the groove of things. The clap goes the wrong direction, but instead it'll be the up air to connect on that one.
Hey, I've been there. I've done that. I get it. It happens. But because of it going down like that, we do see Bread is caught off stage, does eat a forward air to the face, which means that Far Rhombus is trading 1-for-1. But now K. Rool eating a lot of percentage, does go off stage, is sent under the platform, which is a very dangerous spot to be, but also a very dangerous spot with Far Rhombus not having many jumps. Does go for an airstring. K. Rool having to jump high, does go for the double jump, Far Rhombus barely doesn't make it back. Oh, it was a beautiful offstage interaction. It could have gone phenomenally, and I understand the approach, but it doesn't work out this time around.
Yeah, I see what he's going for, just trying to keep Bread as far off stage as humanly possible, but got a little bit too far themselves. Barely just unable to grab on to that ledge, so only one stock going down on the K. Rool, finding ourselves now at a 6-5 scoreline here in the series in favor of SU. It's going to be Igloo most likely coming in to answer into the K. Rool, and then going in to try to get some extra credit onto this Bowser Jr.
Yeah, if you're dealing with the Bowser Jr., assumedly going off of what we saw last time, you expect that if you get this Bowser Jr. onto 2 stocks, then Willie will be able to close things out. Willie, I'm positive, may be going through the notes, be going through the VOD, and has a game plan going into that matchup going forward. But until then, you have to. There's a lot of pressure on Igloo to find a lot of value. K. Rool able to find a very good up air there, but did end up losing a stock off stage because of it. I mean, look at that. The Nair catching the jump, going all the way down to the blast zone, and understandably so. If I went all the way down there before, why would I not go super far off stage again? But it didn't get you to the ledge this time, which means that Bread will walk away 2 stocks in hand. I am curious. Well, last time we saw Igloo go up against this K. Rool, it worked out phenomenally.
Yeah.
But part of it was because Final Destination was left open. No platforms for the Crocodile. Igloo going ham all day, just taking full advantage of no upper platform jump reset sort of situations. So now, Is FD available? Do you run it back there? Is this a situation where you can just try to close things out as fast as possible? I'm curious to see what Igloo is feeling, or if Igloo saw anything that Bread was doing this last time around to, like, potentially shake things up.
Yeah, I do feel like if FD is up, that Igloo will just go for that one just because it worked so well in the earlier series, right? It looked very, very strong. There wasn't a whole lot that K-Rool could do to get out of the way of Igloo on that Yoshi. Very, very comfortable with that one. I wonder if it is going to be the Yoshi even. We could see the Samus come in. I don't think that would come through because Yoshi just does a great job into the K-Rool as a whole. So we'll have to see if there is a change up there. Don't expect that to happen. But yeah, I feel like Igloo is very comfortable into this matchup and will be able to clean up 2 stocks and hoping to preserve 3 of their own going into this Bowser Jr. But the K-Rool, I mean, does a lot of damage and has some gimmicks of their own to kind of work with. So we'll have to see if the K-Rool can take a stock off of Igloo here and get some momentum back into Lebanon Valley's favor.
Yeah, we do see a pick on the back of house side of things. It looks like Hollow Bastion will be the choice this time around, which makes me think that K-Rool did ban Final Destination, understandably so, just because of how much snowball potential happened the last time around. But on top of all of that, the pace is starting to slow down a bit. It does feel like Bread is trying to take full advantage of just keeping things slow. There's no momentum if we can keep it chilled. And with that, I do believe we will be hopping into game here. There it is. K-Rool versus Yoshi. Dino versus Reptile. It is going to be interesting to see how both sides approach this matchup.
Yeah, Igloo into Bread here. Already going on the aggression, trying to find a little bit of a ledge guard there, but unable to do so. Egg in hand, getting tossed out, down air, trying to connect as well. Won't be able to find that one. Now up air string getting put together. I mean, Igloo going all over right now on this King K-Rool. Bread struggling to get anything back in their favor thus far.
That approach angle that Igloo has is dirty. We do see K-Rool going for the down throw into the up smash, but Igloo able to use the mash very quick and get out of that, not allowing K-Rool to go for anything too crazy. Instead, getting a lot of percent. Bread off stage, 123, 1 egg. Igloo wanted it all, and the back air connects, and a roll call out as well means that Bread will secure 1 stock for Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, Bread indeed able to secure 1. Trying to connect on the up airs now is Igloo. The up smash will be able to connect there, bringing Bread down to 1 final stock. Let's see if Igloo can clean this one up without getting any more taken off of themselves. A good roll coming through from Bread, able to get out of the combination. And now here come the up tilts into up air combinations, nairs as well, getting tossed into the mix. Back air, egg, everything coming out from Igloo, but Bread trying to maintain any kind of life, but Igloo was all over this one right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful conversion off of the neutral special. Able to get a lot of value, going for the back airs, trying to keep this K-Rool off stage. Again, not committing too hard to anything, but these egg callouts, trying to get Bread to react to something. Again, you're playing a big body. You have to do something in those sorts of situations. It's just a matter of time, and there are only so many options you have. It's bound to work in Igloo's favor eventually, but for now, 1 grab will mean that Igloo, sitting at 75, does go for another egg, finds the nair. We do see Bread going very deep off stage, and has a very far out approach to get back onto the stage, which means that Igloo will not be able to recover from that situation. Instead, Igloo going for the nair, not going off stage this time around, playing it slow. K-Rool going for the crown situation again. 1 Yoshi up air will connect into the forward air, securing a secure lead to keep things going. So, 4 stocks to 3 stocks. A lot of pressure on them, but even so, still possible.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that Igloo is capable of taking stocks off of this Bowser Jr. Was able to find 1 in the earlier meeting, but they had 2 stocks to work with in that scenario, right? Only lost 1 stock to that Terry, so we'll have to see if Igloo can do that again, but have one stock less than they did last time, right? They have to find that early one-on-one connection, that scenario up against this Bowser Jr. Chewy Hobo. But I mean, it's going to be a lot closer, I think, this time around than last time, as they had that interaction already in a very, very close matchup. So I do feel as if Igloo has it in them to find that one stock just like last time and set Willie up with a favorable position, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask. At this point, Igloo has taken the 3 that you ask from any given player, or if they take the one, they will be the 3 that you ask because of how Shenandoah's players are keeping things going. But a couple of good reads like that, the back air into the roll read forward smash, I mean, that's the kind of dangerous spot that K-Rool can really take advantage of. A beautiful up smash at the ledge, was able to call out the forward airs. Again, Bread was playing pretty aggressive on the later aspects, but did slow things down and had a great opportunity to recover there. But now, as we hop into the last game, we will see that Igloo will be trying to go for his SDs, and Morton is sitting pretty on small battlefield.
3-1, 4-3 in total here in this series. We'll see what Igloo can do here in this matchup. Chewy Hobo already pushing the aggression onto Igloo thus far, but will be able to find their way back to the stage. See if they can continue the up air connections, but right now Chewy Hobo finding very, very strong connections here. 91% already built up onto the dinosaur.
Yeah, we do see Igloo trying to slow things down a little bit. Does find a good back air, goes for the forward air, goes for a couple of up airs, but there's that side special. It adds a lot of value, which means that we will see Igloo air dodging back to the platform. Is able to find a landing, but even so, 140% into the pockets of Morton means that Morton is looking to close things out. Does use the side special to go below the stage and keep momentum flowing. But we do see Mecha Koopa online, couple of good hits, and eats the percentage of their own. Igloo holding onto the stock for an incredibly long time.
Yeah, 166% built up. Any combination, any hit will be able to find that stock, and that will be the one to do it. Chewy Hobo able to hang on to 3 stocks. We go into an even scenario here with Willie and Chewy Hobo. What will Willie go with? Will it be the Kazuya, or will he opt into the Terry Bowser Jr. matchup?
It has to be personal preference at this point. I think we saw a lot of the problems with the Kazuya matchup the first time around, but I do think that Willie was able to adapt the first time and find those openings. It just took a little bit. It's the way that this Bowser Jr. plays is very deliberate and trying to secure your stock at every given opportunity, getting as much value, trying to get roll-ins, and every little niche interaction that you think I might be able to get away with, they are on top of. So you have to be deliberate with whatever option you choose. I understand either way. I'm curious to see what Willie has in store for this side of things.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see where this matchup goes, because it was extremely close last time when SU had a 1 stock advantage going into this matchup, and now we're going to be dead even. So it feels like a toss-up right now. It feels like this could go either way, given what we saw in that first series with how close that one was. Granted, one of those stocks was a very big hitbox from a side special to come through off of the Bowser Jr., so do not expect that one to possibly come through or happen again, but it's going to be close. I don't want to say either side is definitively going to win, because really both of these players are extremely, extremely talented.
Yeah, the way that this crew battle played out is exactly how Lebanon Valley wanted it the first time around. We wanted to see it go down to these anchors because both sides have very strong players in their reserves. In this sort of situation, you are 3 stocks to 3 stocks, and it is good to take your time, think things through. Whatever option you want can really make a world of difference here. So as we kind of see the players discussing what they want going into this matchup, as well as the potential stage counterpick, I'm assuming FD is going to be banned either way. It's like the #1 rule of League of Legends. You don't chase Singed. You don't bring Kazuya to FD. I mean, I don't know. There's an argument for anything at all.
Yeah, it does look like we have a little bit of foresight, I guess, with this matchup here. Willie is going to be going on to the Terry. Will not be opting for the Kazuya into Bowser Jr. matchup. So a little bit of a shakeup coming through in that matchup. And frankly, I like it. A new kind of combination, a new way to approach to find those angles. And Willie, we know, is very, very strong on both Kazuya and Terry, practically equal almost.
Yeah, that's the thing, is both characters are just beautiful to watch when in the hands of Willie. And we've seen just how creative Willie can get in these sorts of situations. I understand why wanting to back away from the Kazuya pick this time around is the decision Willie fell on. And it's just because when you're in that sort of situation and dealing with this Bowser Jr. who can effectively feint that side special and like double jump and force you to throw out moves. Willie was throwing out electrics, was going for relatively low committal options to keep that momentum going and not give that Bowser Jr. too much value off of a feint into landing read sort of situation. But on this time around, now Terry has a bit better air game and really is able to snowball. Like, you think Willie snowball on Kazuya is scary? Wait till you see Terry Bogard.
Yeah. Terry is definitely one of the characters that Willie has shown time and time again in even more extended stock deficits than they see now. Not even a deficit. We're dead even in this one. That is, Terry can go the distance, can definitely get the job done when it is needed. It looks like we will be hopping into game here very, very shortly as we were going through the map selection there. Yes, we are hopping into this one. 3 stocks to 3 stocks. SU 1-0 up in this best of 3. Can Willie get it done and put this series on ice?
Yeah, we do see a couple of good hits going for the jab power dunk combo. Already Chewy Hobo is sitting at 58. A couple of good nairs into the neutral get up. Does get hit by an air, does get hit by a very nice conversion, but is barely knocked out. Little bit of lag there, but all the same, a couple of good up airs from Chewy Hobo is going to keep momentum going into their favor, as a crazy Mecha Koopa conversion is going to add even more value, but the power dunk connects and sends Chewy Hobo off stage.
Oh! That
hurts.
is a ledge guard from the heavens for sure. That one definitely hurts just a little bit. The go button as well unlocked here for Willie. That comeback potential that they do get, the up social connecting, but won't be able to find the kill. The DI coming through there for Willie, able to stay alive with that one.
Yeah, we do see Willie's shield getting a little low. Got to be careful in these sorts of situations, but does find forward airs, kind of dashing around to Chewy Hobo instead of the other way around. 139 online. Does get hit by the cannonball, and a stray forward air will be able to connect. Catching the double jump means that Willie will even out the stock count. Chewy Hobo getting a little bit of value, but both sides playing, guns blazing to start things off.
Now, Willie not able to get a whole lot of extra credit, only 34% built up on that first stock. But now Chewy Hobo with the edge guard coming through as well. The power dunk will be able to connect on that one. The parry coming through, but won't be able to survive through that one with their shield. Willie now finding themselves fighting from behind. Go button activated already on this second stock. And again, the aerial call out able to come through from Chewy Hobo. 2 stocks to 1 in favor of Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, we do see the up air straight connect, a couple of good hits, and a crack shoot to get back onto the stage. I'm liking what I'm seeing, trying to play aggressive still. You want as much value as possible to really keep things going. A couple of good power dunks, using the invincibility and the burn knuckle to catch out the side special, adding a lot of value. One good hit may be able to close things out, but catching this Bowser Jr. is a tough challenge indeed. Great stuff so far.
Yeah, we see Chewy Hobo able to make it back to stage, but will be able to find the side special to find that kill. Now 62% built up onto Willie, now 81, finding themselves trying to find their way back to the landing zone, back to the stage. Will Willie be able to get there? No, he will not. Ladies and gentlemen, we go the distance. We're going to go all the way to 3 here as Lebanon Valley tie it up 1-1.
And there were those down tilts again, Ben. I'm telling you, this Bowser Jr. player is feeling themselves a little bit something fierce. Shenandoah has been through a long day of competition, a doubleheader at late at night. It is incredibly late. I don't have my watch on me, but I do think that it is getting to the point of like 10.
It is 10:20.
Okay.
It's
so
late.
like long competition because they started at 7:30.
They did.
So that is essentially, so far, 5 hours of... Yeah, no, 3 hours. I can math.
We're in college. It's all right.
Can you tell it's late for me, too? No. With all that being said, it's been 3 hours. And 3 hours of Smash Bros., 3 hours of any fighting game is mentally taxing. There's a lot of stuff you need to keep track of, and the longer it goes, the more you start to feel it. It definitely just weighs on you. I understand if any of these players have traditions or any ways to kind of, keep themselves moving, grooving, get a little bit of a jig in.
Grooving.
Right?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever it needs to be to get yourself back into it, or potentially take yourself out of it for a minute. Give yourself that time to rest before you go back into things. A lot of information is on the table here, and yes, players will adapt, but there are some hard reads that I'm positive both sides are itching to take advantage of. You have the information you want. Don't feel pressured to drive yourself mad on everything.
Yeah, we look back into some of the replays here of that last matchup with Chewy Hobo and Willy. Willy off to a pretty good start, but was not able to get the extra credit that they were looking for in that on that first stock, and the edge guarding as well. The callouts coming through from Chewy Hobo on these aerials were absolutely massive, securing 2 stocks for them there in practically the same spot of the map. Willie had to find themselves fighting from behind and weren't able to go all the way as they were in that 62% deficit right out of the gate, and then just Chewy Hobo able to find that edge guard. Terry, not the best recovery in the game, certainly just unable to get back to that platform.
And that's the cost. I think we saw the benefits of Terry in the neutral game on stage, that entire interaction, and Willie was taking good advantage of that through most of that matchup. The cost is that Kazuya's recovery is able to go a little bit lower. You're able to mix it up a little bit more, potentially use downbeat to armor through a hit if that Bowser Jr. is trying to do anything funky. But in that situation, Terry, you have to recover pretty high. Like, obviously, the cracked shoots and the power dunks were going in about the same, vertical spot, and Bowser Jr. super comfortable going all the way off to get those couple of hits. But when you're in those sorts of situations, I think it just speaks to the fact that maybe you do take in mind what you liked from both. 2 stocks, either character, that is going to be on Shenandoah's roster. I don't think you can ask Willie to take much more than that in that situation. So you're asking Shenandoah, the rest of the team, can we get to that point? Are there other places? Could we swap orders around? Can we find potential snowbally leads elsewhere to then secure that last 2? We will have to see.
Yeah, it comes down to, I feel like, the first 2 series, right? Can Kip survive with 1 extra stock going into the Terry or into the K rule to go down further and further and be able to snowball that lead? Does Igloo instead find all of K rule stocks, go into Terry and find all of Terry's stocks or something like that? I think that first half of this next series is going to be very defining on what happens later on, because we know that these players are capable of finding massive leads and snowballing that. And I think it's going to be up to Kip and Igloo, Faramis, those 3 players to find that lead and give Willie a lot to work with.
Yeah, going through the 3 matchups, both times so far, Kip has gone in, he's taken the 3 stocks off of the Kirby. That's one player that Shenandoah hasn't had to deal with, and I think that's good, because Kirby in the right hands is very scary. And we've seen that they've gotten opportunities in advantage to really snowball things out. Going off of that, I do think that it falls on to either Avery, Igloo, or Faramis. Either way, whichever player decides that they think they should get more, I understand. it's a lot to ask for either player to get more. But I do think that Igloo, after that K-Rool match, was kind of feeling a little bit down. It was like, I shouldn't have gotten hit on those roll reads. I think I am the one who can potentially shake things up. We'll have to see. We're going back into it. Series number 3, 1-1, and it's Kirby versus Pac-Man one more time.
Yeah, 3 times in a row we see Kip into Riku Sakura on this Kirby. Let's see if there is a different outcome. The last 2 times Kip walked away with 1 stock remaining, and thus far Riku Sakura seems to be in prime control of this matchup, only getting hit with just a couple of combos, whereas Kip finds themselves at 67-76 now %.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be difficult right now. It's been a long day. We've seen a lot of pressure from both sides, but Riku Sakura has definitely found a little bit of a rhythm, has been able to find these hits and take advantage of these setups so far. Kip has found the get-up attacks, getting back onto the stage. We do see a bit of charge. Galaga online. A down smash from Riku Sakura, again trying to close out the stocks. Going for the up smash to get rid of the hydrant, but caught in the end lag. Means that Kip will secure a little bit more % this time around. And he's double jumping high. Trying to slow down the pace a little bit. There's that water value pushing the other players away.
Yeah, Bell in hand now for Kip. Rolling the read, but the shield coming through. Rolling the read. Reading the roll, excuse me, but the shield coming through in time for Riku Sakura. Bell yet again in hand. Won't be able to connect on that one, but now we find ourselves kind of in almost an even state. 105-72 now here in favor of Lebanon Valley on this first setup, but Riku Sakura, it looked like they had this first stock done and dusted, but Kip fighting back from behind, able to even up this first stock for both sides.
Yeah, there's that landing on the fire hydrant this time around. Goes for the dash attack, potentially reading a rollback, but this time there is no rollback. Instead, we got Nintendo Wi-Fi. We do see a Bell thrown out, a couple of good hits. Kirby able to find the forward tilt. Both players sitting at a very high %, and Kirby once again going for the smash attacks at the ledge. A very bold strategy, and one that has paid off plenty of times throughout this series, but one that you have to keep in mind. Cannot guarantee you value each and every time, otherwise you'll be in situations like that. Yes, you have a key in hand, but you ate a fire hydrant in return. We do see Riku Sakura holding on to it, does end up throwing it, and Kip stalling on the platforms, making sure I am not getting near this puffball. You want to throw out random smash attacks? I'll let you, but it's not going to connect to anything if I'm sitting up here.
The melon tossed up, trying to pull them into that one, but won't be able to find the angle. The apple now dangerously hovering around that hydrant. The Nair coming through as well out of the shield. Both of these players dangerously high on %. Either one of them could go at any given moment. 171 built up. The hydrant connects, but Riku Sakura stays alive. Apple still now in hand for Kip, but unable to connect with that one. And it will be Riku Sakura able to find the first stock of the final series.
This is how Series 2 went, but it still worked out in Kip's favor, but you have to find your way to close it out. 180-82 on this Kirby will mean that one good key to the face will close it out. 2 stocks apiece, and I do think Kip has found a bit of a game plan going forward, using the platforms to really keep Riku Sakura at bay. A couple of good forward airs, charging a couple of fruit, and immediately going up high. It seems like Riku Sakura doesn't really want to go up there and try to mess with the Pac-Man game plan up on those platforms. So instead, Kip playing it a bit slow, getting the little bit of early % on the grounded game, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kip tries to slow it down going forward once it is necessary, as the Bell will be online here in a moment.
The hydrant in the middle of the stadium, the arena, the platform. Thus far, the Bell in hand, trying to drop that one, trying to get a sneaky stun off, but unable to find that connection. But Kip now on the second stock, finding a little bit of a groove here. 97% onto Riku Sakura's second stock to only 41 on the side of Kip. Bell still in hand, a potential edge guard to come through. The up B, the Bell will connect into the side. Special Kip now possibly in position to find this with 2 stocks remaining.
Yeah, great stuff so far. Kip able to slow things down one more time. Kirby feeling the pressure. Riku Sakura understands that if we can get a repeat of last time, that might be enough. But instead, 70% on this Kirby is a beautiful start as Kip takes a bit of a slower approach. Tries to get down on this Kirby, but instead will secure some percentage and is unanswered, I believe, on this stock so far.
Yeah, 69% built up here. The shield being held there by Riku Sakura, but will be able to escape unscathed. The hydrant coming down yet again. I mean, Riku is in a very dangerous position, especially with that key connecting.
I'm starting to see Riku Sakura feel the pressure to really get into Kip's face, but on top of all of that, we're also seeing when Riku Sakura takes a step back, it almost feels like they don't know what to do. They don't know the approach at this point. They are in that last stock, which means a lot of pressure's on them to really hold on to it. But when you're in that situation, you feel like you can't commit to nearly as much. There's a hydrant in the heavens and an apple going all the way, which means Kip holds on to 2 stocks this time around as we roll into Series 3.
And this is exactly what we were looking for the starting members here of SU. 2 stocks instead of 1 remaining on Kip. That could be the difference maker in this series. It's going to be either Terry or this K-Rule to come in on the side of Lebanon Valley. And with 2 stocks remaining, Kip can start to do a lot of damage if he gets going.
And I don't think that in these sorts of situations, if you see Terry go in here, it's not going to work out the way it did in the last series. I think that Kip has a bit of a read on it. Was playing a little cautious on the 1 stock, but now this time around has a bit of leeway. Maybe trying to go for a little bit more, and when you're going for a little bit more, that can really bring out the best of you. Going into this game, 1 stock was the ask last time. A very beautiful trampoline conversion means that Kip was able to find that 1 stock. If you're able to find even more, that is the kind of momentum Shenandoah would need to keep things going. We have to see, but for now, replays, Ben, they're beautiful.
I mean, yeah, Kip, this was another very, very close matchup, right? When I saw that first stock get taken off, I was like, oh my goodness. And then the extra credit on top of it as well. Percent getting racked up as I don't believe we're even going to be able to have time to go through all of these replays as the second game is going to be coming through underway yet again. Now, the name says Bread on it, which is the K-Rule player. I don't know if that is a typo or it's a switch up of who is playing what. I don't imagine that it would be.
That would be a crazy poll.
Yeah, that would be unbelievable. Maybe they're trying to save. It is a little bit of a typo there. No worries. It is the same Terry that we've seen all series long here. Kip with the advantage thus far. The power dunk coming through, but unable to connect in full.
Yeah, Artemis getting caught on an air dodge means that 98% is built up. No go meter yet, and Kip, I think, understands that. Gets a hydrant going, but at the same time has a bell online. It is flung by the water, sending all the way over. As Artemis goes for a power geyser on the fire hydrant and gets a little bit of value, but going for another leaves him in the end lag to eat a back air. As, what?
Side smash coming through from Kip, able to secure the first stock now. Let's see how much extra credit they can get out of this one. Terry now getting some strings put together. Kip struggling to get back into this matchup.
We do see Terry's trying to slow things down a little bit, trying to hit the fire hydrant, trying to make sure that that thing isn't there, and instead Artemis sitting back trying to approach. Kip has a Galaga, says you're not allowed to approach. Like, what are you doing? That's not allowed. And now Kip off stage, going for a little bit of fruit value and another Galaga, 57%. And look at this patience game. It's paying off dividends for Kip.
Yeah, 85% now built up. It was incredibly Terry favor there for just a moment percentage-wise. The bell connects.
Beautiful.
The side special will hit 2 unanswered stocks now in favor of Kip. Let's see if he can keep the momentum. 106 built up on the second stock. This is massive stuff coming through from the starting man of SU.
Yeah, Artemis definitely feeling the pressure. Goes for a couple of down tilts into the rising tackle, but it doesn't take the stock just yet. I'm loving this because Artemis was getting a ton of value just trying to sit away, trying to get Kip to potentially approach. Kip doesn't have to. Gets a ton of value by standing away. We do see Melon into Galaga trying to look for potentially the bell or the key to close things out and not mess with that potential combo starter. Does find one good bell connect, but Artemis feeling the pressure. Doesn't have go online, but is looking for one final hit. Does go for a quick burn knuckle. It won't connect. The go meter is online, but Terry's off stage, and he double jumped into the orange. Kip got the 3 stock in Series 3.
That is exactly what we were looking for. SU popping off Kip. You have 2 stocks remaining and have taken 6. 11 stocks to 6 in favor of SU. Lebanon Valley find themselves with the largest deficit of the night.
If I'm sitting there, if I'm Lebanon Valley, you have a lot of, the color from your face is draining.
Yeah.
Because you have 2 options in front of you. And the last time you sent in one of them against this Pac-Man, it didn't go great. 1 stock on Pac-Man, 2 stocks go away on Cable. That is what you have left if you are committing to keeping Junior back. If you send in Junior now, it's to stop momentum. It's to get this fire out of the way. No, do not send this crocodile into this Pac-Man. I don't want to deal with it. We would have better odds against the Puff or maybe something else. But as of right now, that seems like the option to go for. Keeping the anchor back or trying to put out the fire. The ultimate question.
Yeah, and the fire right now is raging behind us. Kip is feeling completely unlocked in this 3rd series of this best of 3. I mean, oh my goodness, that was just absolutely beautiful. And you said it, the double jump into the fruit there. There's nothing you can do as Terry once you are denied entry to the ledge. So, I mean, Kip right now is just firing. I feel like you have to put out the fire now. I feel like the Bowser Jr. angle now might be the only way to get back into this game, because if you go down and you lose the K-roll 3 stocks and now you're in 11-3 situation or even a 10-3 situation, that is an unbelievably massive ask from your anchor.
And, I mean, I hate to say it, I do think we are seeing exhaustion from both sides. That double jump there, watching it back, it feels so obvious looking at it that like, oh, I shouldn't double jump here. But that's habitual. Like that is, if I see a projectile that goes across the screen like this and I am over here, you expect me to jump. But it was sent high. And Terry burns the double jump and loses because of it. They could have been made it back on stage and potentially secured the 1 stock. Kip was at like 170.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, at this point, it's getting late. Exhaustion's building on both sides. The main difference maker right now, there is a Pac-Man who just took out 2 players.
Yeah.
I don't care how tired you are. That is enough adrenaline running through your veins to keep this momentum alive.
Yeah.
So, with all of that being said, we do see on the backside of production that Bowser Jr. is going to try to put out these flames before they get too hot. On the other side, Pac-Man wants it all.
Yeah. Kip trying to end things here with this Morton. Granted, there are the K-Rool is in the wings, but I mean, with Chewy Hobo out this early, it almost feels like if they go down, it might be done and dusted. Kip playing patient with the Hydrant, has the Galaga in hand, but look at how patient Chewy Hobo is playing right now as well with those clown cart fakes, that side B coming through, not afraid to decommit, right? Uncommit from that play. And Kip, frankly, just waiting for their time to strike.
Yeah, I understand Chewy Hobo's willingness to just slow this down, play the platform game, because Kip has to charge the fruit. Morton can just throw out the projectile of choice, whether it's the neutral special or the down B. Chewy Hobo definitely has the ability to make Kip approach, but look at how it's working so far. Percentages are even as a Galaga connects, catching a landing. A very aggressive, long side special is going to get good value for Chewy Hobo, but now an orange online, getting a little bit of fruit value, and a Mecha Koopa. That's another projectile that could be added to this Pac-Man arsenal. A very dangerous spot indeed.
88% to the 85 on the side of Kip. Very even thus far in this 3v2 matchup. Bell in hand as well.
Nice.
Will connect the side special. Will hit, but won't be able to find the kill just yet. 124% built up. Kip now making their way back to the stage of side special coming through from Chewy Hobo, trying to do what they did to the Kazuya 2 series ago, but won't be able to do it. Instead will find the grab and find the kill.
No, that was a very good tomahawk. That's the kind of approach where you just land and go for the grab, the water helping push, guaranteeing that value. But on the other side, Kip able to use the water to dash back and then get a little bit of punish game going. Morton feeling the pressure, trying to stay as far away from this pack as possible unless it's with the side B approach. A good dash attack means that a little bit more damage will build up onto Kip, but we do see a quick forward smash hitting the fire hydrant. The key is thrown, and Chewy Hobo, again, trying to slow things down, does find the apple caught, but even so, immediately throws it away, saying, I don't want to deal with this. I got plenty of projectiles of my own, so let's play this game, shall we? Instead, why should you? Because there's a fire hydrant flying at your face, and it closes out the stock.
The hydrant connects indeed, but the explosion from the Mecha Koopa will give Chewy Hobo the final kill, but one stock down, one player down now finally on the side of SU. Who goes in next? Faramis and Igloo, we can see them talking about it, and it looks like it might be Igloo based off of that reaction from Faramis. We will just have to wait and see.
I understand the patient game. We do see Igloo start shuffling towards the hot seat. And that makes sense. Obviously, Willie in this situation has taken 2 stocks each and every time that this Bowser Jr., this Morton has been on the stage. But why risk it right now? Shenandoah has a beautiful lead, and if one player goes down, that could still mean that Willie's in the back pocket. Keep in mind, I don't mean to downplay the character that I play, the character that I love to pieces, but the character that is left is K-Rool.
Yeah.
I love that Croc. I love that King. But he will not do great as an anchor.
No.
In these sorts of situations, which means that, yes, you sent in to put out the fire. The fire has been stopped. 7 stocks in hand. Kip got a lot of value. But now a lot of pressure is on Chewy Hobo. Can we get even more value? Chewy Hobo effectively needs to equalize things.
Yeah.
And we are getting a little bit of word back of house. Yes, Igloo's going in, but not on our favorite little dino. No, we're going from prehistoric to future bounty hunter. Samus is entering to deal with the Chewy Hobo.
Yeah, the Samus is definitely something that people often forget about, but is very, very dangerous on the side of Igloo, right? We know that he is very confident with this character, thinks that the Samus is on par, dead even with his Yoshi. Very, very strong, very good at piloting this character as well. And now with a 1 stock lead, let's see what Igloo can do. Already putting together some beautiful aerial strings, 19% built up.
Yeah, but look at this already. Chewy Hobo is the one who feels like they need to approach in this matchup, which means Igloo has free reign to play this game at his tempo, but needs to be careful. That Mecha Koopa setup eating a little bit more percent. Chewy Hobo getting a lot of good value. Does find the tech situation into the upbeat. A great setup, but all the same, a dead Mecha Koopa trying to catch the landing there. Igloo going for the neutral special, but Chewy Hobo doing a great job of dashing around, almost playing this character almost like Sonic, using the spin dash essentially, or in this case, the side special on the cart wheels to just dash forward, try to brute force your way in, but it does lose to that little bomb, which means that we could see a bit of game plan going forward with that. Good stall from Chewy Hobo from getting up on the ledge, but Avery willing to slow things down. Igloo doing a great job keeping things going.
Yeah, still a very high percentage built up onto this Samus. Chewy Hobo doing a great job at getting some early strings going. The neutral, or I believe that was the roll get up coming through there from Igloo, able to dodge out on the cannonball coming through. The jab almost started there from Chewy Hobo, but well, will be able to connect on that one and find that kill. Only 56% built up thus far as the up special does come through and connect in full.
Yeah, probably one of the strongest kill jabs in the game, if not the strongest, so you got to be wary of that going forward. But Igloo doing a good job of trying to space things out. Does eat a lot of percentage, but look at how things are spaced. We do see Chewy Hobo landing on the platform and Igloo taking advantage. A good amount of percentage lead. Does get a neutral B setup, but has to go a little low. Does eat a Mecha Koopa. Doesn't get hit by the sour spot, or that time around it will connect, which means that we do see Morton combo online. Good up special into the first couple of hits and keeping that string going.
Yeah, we'll see if Igloo can secure one stock here against Chewy Hobo. The dash attack coming through, giving plenty of time to charge up that shot, but won't be able to find the connection as the Mecha Koopa was in the way. Let's see if they can find at least one stock here. The combination coming through. Chewy Hobo now finding themselves with a potential edge guard opportunity. Won't be able to find it. Tries to call out the roll back onto stage, but won't be able to find it. But the up special will connect. A clean 3 stocks in favor of the Bowser Jr.
And that is what the Bowser Jr. wanted, was a beautiful performance, but even so, it was a lot of aggression. It was playing slow to start things off, trying to see how Igloo sets up the game plan. And understandably so, in these sorts of situations, it's very easy to forget the respect that you need to give to start things off. I assumed Chewy Hobo was just giving it for the sake of the way that this matchup was going. Instead, it was just to figure out, okay, how am I going to approach this projectile game plan? Take it slow to start things off, and then the moment I find it, booyah, full momentum, no room to breathe. We're in Series 3. I can't afford any more time. Beautiful.
Yeah, that is exactly what Lebanon Valley wanted to see out of Chewy Hobo. Bring it down now 6-5. Very even game. Kip, able to take 7 stocks to start things off, and now Chewy Hobo answering back with 5 of their own. Curious to see who gets put in here, right? We have the K-Rool sitting back in the wings, which frankly could do some serious damage here if they are able to have an even one-on-one scenario with 3-3 stocks. Is it going to be Willie to go in, or is it going to be Far Rhombus on the Jigglypuff? Well, folks, we have our answer. Our anchor goes in to meet the other anchor. Kazuya versus Bowser Jr. Willie versus Chewy Hobo. 3 stocks to 2. Who is going to come out on top?
I think this makes a ton of sense because you can try to just close things out. Willie taking the aggressive approach, goes for a couple of good hits, and eats 60% onto this B-Junes. But in return, Chewy Hobo finds a pretty good reversal to keep things going. But a very dangerous spot to be in. B-Junes sent flying 112%, tries to go higher, and Willie tries to follow.
Yeah, trying to go up for the aggressive approach, but won't be able to find the connection. Chewy Hobo now 135%. The jabs coming through, electric coming out as well. Won't be able to find the connection that they were looking for. The grab will come through, kill spark, but won't be able to. I don't know if that was a kill spark. Actually, it was a mini one. It looked cool, but 160% built up on to Chewy Hobo. Let's see what can happen. Kill button activated, will be used, and see you later. 1 stock remaining for Chewy Hobo.
And that's the big thing. When you use that down B in the air, the Rage Art stays. That means that one good hit, this kill button still will be able to connect, but another command grab. Again, the aerial version, still holding on to the Rage Art for even longer. May be able to get a lot of value and potentially close things out when necessary. Still holding on to it. Does get hit by the down tilt, but it's not enough to lose it. We do see Chewy Hobo going for the forward smash, trying to catch the up special like last time. Does get hit by a nair, sent down to the ledge as Chewy Hobo tries to get a little bit of that feint game going and is able to find a bit of control on the main stage, closing out a stock on Willie.
Yeah, 2 stocks to 1 now. Chewy Hobo trying to get as much as humanly possible.
Oh,
Electric
my
will
God.
connect. Won't be able to continue the rest of that combination. Guessed right, but was just barely a little bit too far away. And now here comes the aerials from Chewy Hobo, racking up 66% onto the Kazuya. Now finding themselves off of the stage. Can Chewy Hobo find a ledge guard?
Tries to go for that forward smash again, but caught on the platform, this time jumping off, not trying to get hit by that command grab on the stage. Again, going for these smash attacks. I'm just wondering if they're trying to condition something, but I don't know what that would be. Instead, having to go down to the ledge, Willie going for the forward smash, trying to close it all on that landing, but instead will sit back. Rage Art online one more time.
Ooh.
Does find the down air to secure even more percent. Going super far off stage, trying to get the forward air. Does find the landing, but it is relatively safe as Chewy Hobo is able to roll back and get out of the way.
Trying to go for the electric there, but won't be able to find the connection. The Mecha Koopa will be able to connect. The approach coming through, the down special will be able to connect and find that guard. 124%. The up special will connect, but won't be able to find the kill just yet. Still, very dangerous spot for Chewy Hobo to be in. Willie just searching, hunting for that killing blow.
Yeah, you got to be careful in this sort of situation because we've seen Chewy Hobo convert stocks in some of the most crazy ways. The percent is starting to build onto Willie as he looks for these final hits. We do see side special connect into the down B. A up special does connect. Is it enough this time? It is. The B-Junes is gone. There are 4 stocks for the side of Shenandoah. There are 3 stocks for the side of Lebanon Valley University. And it is on one Crocodile to try and even things out against Kazuya Mishima.
Yeah, Kazuya into K-Rule. I can't help but think that heavily favors Kazuya. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It can. There's definitely some things you need to be ready for. I will never say that a matchup is free.
Right.
And I do think that Willie acknowledges that. Because of that, take the time, take what you've seen in the previous matches. Both players have as much matchup knowledge as they need off of just these replays and alone.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close regardless of what goes down here. Willie and Chewy Hobo going blow for blow here in that matchup, and Chewy Hobo doing a great job at getting the stocks that they were able to get, right? Playing from behind is not easy, especially against Willie's Kazuya, right? But doing a great job, this down special specifically calling that ledge grab out to perfection, able to find that stock. So great stuff coming through from Chewy Hobo to really bring this one back 4-3, almost evening up the series.
That last interaction, I think if that Mecha Koopa connected on Willie's shield, that game would have gone differently. I think if it didn't start to detonate a little bit behind, that Nair would have not necessarily been safe, but Willie would have let go of shield as the Mecha Koopa connected, and that means that that match would have continued. Again, very, very strong, but you're dealing with a lot here now.
Yeah.
There's a scary demon man and a crocodile.
Very big crocodile,
Yeah.
mind you. Yeah, very
It's
big.
basically the
Has
state
a
of
golden
Florida.
belly, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this crazy stuff. Yeah, he's rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some bling on him. Yeah, so it's going to be a very close matchup regardless, right? This is definitely not the situation I feel like Lebanon Valley wanted to find themselves in, having to put Chewy Hobo in early to try to put out a fire, which was Kip, but Chewy Hobo did a phenomenal job at clawing this one back as far as humanly possible. So it started off very one-sided, but has very quickly, the gap has been closed as we go into the map selection here, coming through from, I believe, the King K. Rule Bread here will be the last line of defense to try to defend the undefeated record of 6-0. And here we see Willie trying to continue the undefeated run to try to advance to 7-0 on the season here in NECC competition spring 2025. We'll have to see who remains on top. Taunts coming out. It's go time.
Yeah, and already Bread using that momentum to get as much value as possible, and that's what you need. If you're going to deal with this matchup, you want momentum. But on the other side of that, Kazuya has a crown in hand and is looking for even more crazy combo game. As we see 2 nairs down into the bottom blast zone. It won't be enough to close things out this time around, but 38% onto the Kazuya. Electric when Godfist beating out the nair, and Bread is already at 140 sitting at the ledge.
Yeah, Godfist again connecting the up special as well. Will be able to find the kill. 1 stock down, only 53% built up onto the Kazuya.
Yeah, I mean, K-Rool's got to be real careful with these projectiles. I understand you want as much value as possible, but you can get caught in a very dangerous combo if you commit to it too long. We do see a nair into the run-up grab. Ooh. There's the electric. 1 nair does not connect this time around, as Willie does have to use a jump to get back onto the stage. There it is. And the side special getting a little bit more value. Kazuya sitting at 98, not necessarily kill percent. Ooh. Going for the reflector. I think we saw it there, but it does not connect this time around, as K-Rool goes for the panic roll. Immediately gets hit by the kill button, but K-Rool, he air dodged! He air dodged into the blast zone!
He air dodges backwards, goes down. 1 stock remaining. Willie, can you end it all here? 117% to 28. 4 stocks to 1. The Crocodile, 1 last breath. What can they do? Goes for the spike on the ledge grab. Electric will connect. Can they keep it going? Yes, they can.
Do it again.
The wrong direction.
Oh, yeah.
The full combination. There's the pop-up. There's the victory. SU say undefeated 7-0.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful every time. I mean, Willie finding one opening and stringing it into tons of percentage, going for the resets on the platform. Every time we see Willie, it is a performance, and it is beautiful.
Yeah, that was unbelievably close. I mean, that air dodge into the blast zone, accidentally killing yourself. I mean, that swings things, right? I mean, you possibly are surviving with 2 stocks remaining if you're able to find an angle, but no, you have to respawn, and then Willie, he knows it's down to your last breath. He is going to go all out on that final stock to find that kill, and does so to perfection.
I mean, let's acknowledge something here. K-Rool had the right idea. Air dodge off stage cancels your momentum. It makes your hitbox a bit bigger, but it will stop your momentum. You'll start falling back the other way. But because it makes your hitbox bigger in situations like that, it's super niche. It is incredibly niche. But that is what decides if you lose that stock there or not. K-Rool had amazing DI.
Yeah.
Like, held on to that stock way longer than they probably should have. And kudos to them. But I'm telling you, small interactions, niche interactions, things that leave you with 1 stock advantages, things that snowball into leads like we saw in Series 3 are what decide if you go into a series undefeated, and Shenandoah does it. Beautiful.
7-0 are the Shenandoah Hornets. Lebanon Valley now falling to 6-1, second place in their group in NECC. Very strong stuff coming out from every single member of every single team. I believe, however, that will do it for our double header here today. Congratulations to SU on a hard-fought 2-1 victory here, down to almost the final stock in every single series that they played. Huge props to Lebanon Valley as well, playing their hearts out as they always do. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Ivan Benkincade, joined by Kevin Clayton and Chris Clayton earlier in the evening. Don't go anywhere. Well, please don't go anywhere. Go to bed. It's late. It's so late. I am going to hit the hay. We will see you next time for more Esports Madness tomorrow and Friday, so drop a follow. You don't want to miss it.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
We have the Esports Arena right here on campus in Winchester, Virginia, and this facility acts as the hub for all esports activity at Shenandoah University. Students are able to use this space not just for competition and practices, but also as a living learning community and a sandbox for them to come and explore and practice and try out things related to and through esports in the gaming industry, so that they're getting that hands-on learning and the skills necessary to help them find a career by the time they graduate. We also have the professional level broadcast production booth, where we do all of our broadcasting and production, from casting of our games that we play right here on campus to working with outside entities to record footage for them as well. In addition to the space that we have here in the Esports Arena is the Esports War Room. Our students get to use that space for studying, but also outside projects. So our students get to use this space for professional development and the academic side of our esports program, which is such a critical component to go with that competitive element that we have. So we combine all of our facilities at Shenandoah University with competition, community, and career preparation. We have over 250 days of programming, and there's something for everybody, and we want you to be part of it.
Shenandoah University take a commanding win just a little bit ago, so now rocking the 6-0 win record in the NACC bracket, but we can also see that Lebanon is sitting pretty still, 6-0 as well. This will be a battle of titans overall, and it's definitely kind of scary from the outside, but again, Shenandoah is kind of riding that momentum of the last game. Kind of hoping that they can bring that forward into this series, and we get to see some true magic from these players who will not have answers to that little pink puffball. And I wouldn't say this is a real factor going into this match. If we do see some level of delay that we saw the last time around, you know, I brought out the whiteboard, I gave the full explanation and all that stuff. It was great. But if we see delay like that, I'm curious if we will see a little bit of what the SU roster has been trying to pick up. Sitting at 130.
Yeah, 130% now built up on this Kirby, definitely in that kill range, as most characters will be. The key will be thrown, and
Kirby has this sort of momentum started, this advantage state. It does look like it's very strong. If Kip can find an opportunity to reverse it, though, not dial, in getting, like, once they have that initial momentum, they get as much as they can. The forward smash connecting there, just proving the point for both players. The situations, they do play a little bit more patient. They play very hard into their shield game, and I think Kip's picking up on that. Notice how we're seeing a lot more grabs this time around. So when Kip drops the bell, immediately goes for the up smash and gets the connect, means that Kip walks away with one stock in hand, securing the lead early on for Shenandoah.
Through the shield there, the crown getting tossed out left and right. That bell does connect, but won't be able to find the kill. The edge guard now coming through, the hydrant coming down, won't be able. From Bread there, able to get back onto that stage, but Kip again racking up so much percentage on this K-roll. Will they be able to find the kill? Yes, the side.
Opportunity to send Kip off stage this time around.
Going for that down air as well is Bread, but unable to find the connection. But the down air, that one into the Nair kill, but wasn't able to find that connection. 180% built up on this K-roll. The back air will connect and will be our captain of this Smash Bros team. The grab coming through as well. Going for that grab. The up air will connect, but now the go meter up and available.
Wow. Sort of dance around these options, not committing to anything too hard just yet. Instead, looking for a habit to try and take advantage of.
And trying to find that Nair off stage again, but the up, that aerial game going yet again. The back air connecting there from Igloo, going for that forward air as well, but won't be able to connect. The dash attack will be able to see.
That inherently has great comeback potential, so you can't let your foot off the gas. We are seeing Igloo doing a good job of really spacing things out, still giving this Terry player the respect they deserve, but not going for much more, because not much more is needed. Catching the recovery going low, and Terry slowly falling to the blast zone.
On both sides.
Yeah, very good job of stalling, getting back onto the ledge. I do believe because Igloo was running out of invincibility so quickly, it was not easy for Chewy Hobo to get back on there, but Igloo able to find the Nair to close out that stop. This time, not feinting it this time around, going for the approach, does get a couple of good hits. Igloo does not have the double jump, does get hit with the Nair, which means I don't believe that Dino makes it back. No, which means that Far Rhombus will sit back in center stage. You see Mecha Koopa online going for a couple of forward airs. Does get hit by an up air and survives. I'm shocked that that's what I'm seeing from Far Rhombus. Again, still playing it slow. You could try to take the aggressive approach here, but giving Chewy Hobo the respect they deserve is caught on the landing this time around. Yeah, we do see two jabs into the grab. Does go for a down throw. It won't take the stock, but does send Far Rhombus off stage. Mecha Koopa is on the stage, which means that up get Chewy Hobo to jump on some opportunity there, but instead Chewy Hobo playing it slow. Kazuya clanking with the side special. I've not seen that interaction. Does get the 39%. I will take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 39% off of one move is pretty absurd, right? The up special able to find that in their favor.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Willie. Electrics in neutral. Not going for too much more unless Morton is landing directly onto Kazuya. Does get caught by the of really keeping that pressure going. We do see Rage Art is online and may be able to find an opportunity to close things out. Chewy Hobo going for a bit of platform stalling and is called out with the up special. A beautiful call out to make sure that there's no funny business. Shenandoah walking away 1-0.
Through the hydrant, but the down air instead will find its way through to Kirby.
Man, look at how the water builds space. Riku Sakura trying to catch Tip's landing.
Able to connect, but unable to find the kill just yet. An apple a day might be able to find the answer, but no, trying to read that roll up and the grab into the mark, but now Kip finding the advantage yet again. 121 built up on the second stock of Riku Sakura, 93% built up on the side with the 2 stocks to 1 in favor of Riku.
Yeah, we do see the forward tilt connect. Kirby having to jump back onto the stage, just feeling the pressure. There is a Pac-Man into the face.
Onto this Kirby, dangerously low in the death percentage. The apple with the water will be able to find the angle, just like we started series number 1. 3 stocks down on the side of Lebanon Valley and 2 stocks down on the side of SU.
Dropped? Why was it? The trampoline! That is an insane interaction. I did not know that is how that works. That is crazy stuff.
On this second stock, it could be an exact repeat of what we saw against the K-Rool. We'll have to wait and see if Kip is able to find that angle.
96 unanswered. Does look for the Nair off stage. We do see one quick hit. Getting a little bit of value. The go is online, but Terry is off stage. It goes for the dash. We do see the rising tackle connect. It was a crazy interaction, but 95 in return for a beautiful offstage interaction is nothing to stop. Back air going for the burn knuckle power dunk. One quick nair. The go meter online going for the forward air, but Terry has to go a little too low. Far Rhombus taking 2 stocks for 1.
Not slowing down the pace thus far. Brett trying to get back into the groove of things. The clap goes the wrong direction, but instead it'll be the up air to connect on that one.
Hey, I've been there. I've done that. I get it. It happens. But because of it, going down to a spot with Far Rhombus, not having many jumps, does go for an airstring. K-Rool having to jump high, does go for the double jump, Far Rhombus barely doesn't make it back. Allowing K-Rool to go for anything too crazy, instead getting a lot of percent. Red off stage, 123, 1 egg, Igloo wanted it all, and the back air connects and will secure 1 stock for Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, Brett indeed able to secure 1. Trying to connect on the up airs now is Igloo.
That Igloo sitting at 75 does go for another egg, finds the Nair. We do see Brett going very deep off stage and has a very slow K-Rool going for the crown situation again. One Yoshi up air will connect into the forward air, securing a secure lead to keep things going. Their own Igloo holding onto the stock for an incredibly long time.
Yeah, 166% built up. Any combination, any hit will be able to find that stock.
As a crazy Mecha Koopa conversion is going to add even more value, but the power dunk connects and sends Chewy Hobo off stage. Situations, but does find forward airs, kind of dashing around to Chewy Hobo instead of the other way around. 139 online, does get hit by a cannonball and a stray
through that one with their shield. Willie now finding themselves fighting from behind. Go button activated already on this second stock, and again.
But catching this Bowser Jr. is a tough challenge indeed. Great stuff so far.
Yeah, we see Chewy Hobo able to make it back to stage. Now 81 finding themselves trying to find their way back to the landing zone, back to the stage. Will Willie be able to get there? No, he will not. Ladies and gentlemen, that lead. Does Igloo instead find all of K. Rool's stocks, go into Terry and find all of Terry's stocks, or something like that? I think that first half of this next series is going to be very defining on what happens later on, because we know that these players are capable of finding massive leads and snowballing that. And I think it's going to be up to Kip and Igloo, Faramis, those three players, to find that lead and give Willie a lot to work with. Moment 171 built up. The hydrant connects, but Riku Sakura stays alive. Apple still now in hand for Kip, but unable to connect with that.
This is how Series 2 went, but it still worked out in Kip's favor. But you have to find your way to close it out. 182 on this Kirby will mean that one good key.
Sakura's second stock to only 41 on the side of Kip. Bell still in hand. A potential edge guard to come through. The up B, the Bell will connect.
Don't know what to do. They don't know the approach at this point. They are in that last stock, which means a lot of pressure's on them to really hold on to it. But when you're in that situation, you feel like you can't commit to nearly as much. There's a hydrant in the heavens and an apple going all the way, which means Kip holds on to 2 stocks this time around as we roll into Series 3. Artemis goes for a power geyser on the fire hydrant and gets a little bit of value, but going for another leaves him in the end lag to eat a back air. As, paying off dividends for Kip.
Yeah, 85% now built up. It was incredibly Terry favor there for just a moment percentage-wise. The Bell connects the side spot.
One good Bell connect, but Artemis feeling the pressure. Doesn't have Go online, but is looking for one final hit. Does go for a quick burn knuckle. It won't connect. The Go meter is online, but Terry's off stage, and he double jumped into the orange. Kip got the 3 stock in Series 3.
That is exactly what we were looking for. Kip now making their way back to the stage. The side special coming through from Chewy Hobo, trying to do what they did to the Kazuya 2 series ago, but won't be able to.
Caught, but even so, immediately throws it away, saying, I don't want to deal with this. I got plenty of projectiles of my own, so let's play this game, shall we? Instead, flying at your face, and it closes out the stock.
The hydrant connects indeed, but the explosion from Igloo able to dodge out on the cannonball coming through. The jab almost started there from Chewy Hobo, but will be able to connect on that one.
A good amount of percentage lead. Does get a neutral B setup, but has to go a little low. Does eat a Mecha Koopa. Doesn't get it by the side.
Now finding themselves with a potential edge guard opportunity. Won't be able to find it. Tries to call out the roll back onto stage, but won't be able to find it. But the up special, actually, it was a mini one. It looked cool. But 160% built up on to Chewy Hobo. Let's see what can happen. Kill button activated, will be used, and see you later.
The up special, like last time, does get hit by a nair, sent down to the ledge as Chewy Hobo tries to get a little bit of that feint game going and is able to find a bit of control. Get out of the way.
Trying to go for the electric there, but won't be able to find the connection. The Mecha Koopa will be able to connect. The approach coming through.
Scent is starting to build onto Willie as he looks for these final hits. We do see side special connect into the down B. A up special does connect. Is it enough this time? It is. The B Junes is gone. Electric when Godfist beating out the Nair, and Bread is already at 140 sitting at the ledge.
I got this again, connecting the up special.
Necessarily kill percent. Going for the reflector. I think we saw it there, but it does not connect this time around as K-Rool goes for the panic roll. Immediately gets hit by the kill button, but
one last breath. What can they do? Goes for the spike on the ledge grab. Electric will
no.
connect. Can they keep it going? Yes, they can.
Do it again.
The wrong direction.
Oh yeah!
The full combination. There's the pop-up. There's the victory. SU stay undefeated, 7-0.
But that is what decides if you lose that stock there or not. K-Rool had amazing DI.
Yeah.
Like, held on to that stock way longer than they probably should have. And kudos to them. But I'm telling you, small interactions, niche interactions, things that leave you with one stock advantages, things that snowball into leads like we saw in Series 3 are what decide if you go into a series undefeated, and Shenandoah does it.